Marco, speak up.
Oh, honorable members, at the break, we were debating the amendment to the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. I presume that we are now ready. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know another member had reserved, but as it is, on this side, we're always ready to pinch hit for each other. So I know you expected your favorite to be on the floor now.
I thought you. I had a high level of concern.
I've now assumed that position.
Yes.
Once again, good day, Madam Speaker, parliamentary colleagues, and all those watching from across the length and breadth of the Bahamas. Special greetings to my great people of Central Grand Bahama, who I am eternally proud to represent in this honorable house. Before I get to the substantial debate on the Rehabilitation of Offenders Amendment, I want to send special independence greeting to all Bahamians. This year, we mark 49 years since claiming our sovereignty. So many great men and women fought for our equality, labor rights, majority rule, and to advance the Bahamian dream. Today, while we are not where we would like to be, there are still great men and women fighting to move the needle forward, to ensure that every Bahamian has access to not just political freedom, but also economic freedom and the peace of the Bahamian dream. It is our duty, Madam Speaker, as legislators to continue to push this fight for the next 49 years and beyond, to serve the Bahamian people by making decisions that will ultimately be in the best interest of our national development. The work continues, colleagues. And to my dear Grand Bahama, I know it has been a long journey and it seems like there is no relief, but I know Grand Bahama will have its renaissance. Its people are strong, resilient, and innovative. And I'd just like to say how very pleased I was over the last few weeks to participate in our independence celebration. And I do also want to, while I offer condolences to the family of the late speaker, who I also admired a lot, I also want to offer congratulations to the member for Sea Breeze on a job well done. You know, she trained well under me in track and field. You know,
really?
Yes, one of our national high jumpers and track and field as well as basketball.
Trained well.
So I'm proud. I'm very proud of to see what she's developing too. And I want to tell you that the sky's the limit. You did a wonderful job, and for that we ought to give you a round.
Yes.
I spent the first day of celebration in West Grand Bahama with somebody who I also admire a lot, who was a mentor, the member from West Grand Bahama in Bimini. We celebrated in West Grand Bahama together, the real capital of Grand Bahama. And it was a very, very wonderful ceremony organized by Administrator Ferguson and his team. Wonderful. And the message that was delivered by Pastor Monroe was just something that kept all of us fully engaged, and he gave us food for thought, how we ought to respond as a people. And of course, the keynote speaker address was delivered by the member for West Grand Bahama, who as usual gave us a very eloquent lesson in history, one that I really appreciated. So again, I am proud. I'm very proud to be vehement, as I know all of us are. Madam Speaker, and I'll turn my attention to the Rehabilitation of Offenders Amendment Bill 2020, currently up for debate. The official opposition is no stranger to this initiative. We fully support the rehabilitation of young people and first-time offenders who certainly deserves a second chance. This is why, as history will show, in 2019, we constituted the Rehabilitation of Offenders Committee headed by former Commissioner of Police Paul Farquharson. The committee included a number of community leaders and representatives from the Department of Social Services. It was mandated to review the records of ex-convicts and make recommendations for the expungement of those records using the criteria set out by the law. It was a process. Yes, we saw the need to provide these people with some relief, understanding that even though some people may have duly served their time, having a criminal record for minor offenses has made it that much harder for them to return to the wider society. We understood the need to reduce the recidivism rate and even more to understand the state of the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services and the need to make progressive strides. I know you all have the word progressive. That was our path towards rehabilitation and not just incarceration, which, in my view, was tragedy. This is something that all members supported. But you know, Madam Speaker, it seems as if we lost our way somewhere in this iteration of this new bill. This amendment seemed to be a bit regressive. The bill seeks to give the minister powers to declare any or all persons convicted of any class of criminal offense and rehabilitative and have their records expunged. The amendment, however, does not, in my view, apply to any offense specified in the current act. These include people who have committed more heinous offenses. Although the minister will be required to make this decision by order and get it approved in Parliament, the bill, in my opinion, and I'll say this again, the bill, in my opinion, gives the minister too much power. I just want to advise you that you've been replaced as the favorite. Additionally, whomever
I was very concerned.
name is brought before Parliament, and this is the reason, whomever name now is brought before Parliament will now be trusted in the public domain, in my view, even juveniles. Now, I can be corrected, but I'm reading it as I see it. This, in my view, Madam Speaker, is a dangerous risk for us to take. There's just so many concerns from security to privacy, to possible abuse of power, and political interference. Simply put, Madam Speaker, the bill, in my opinion, is too ambiguous in its current form. It needs some tightening. The court is already set up, and every Bahamian has a right to seek recourse in the judicial system. Madam Speaker, if a person is convicted and they're not satisfied, they have the right to appeal. And we all know this. Beyond that, we already have a commission set up to expunge records of those eligible, as I spoke to earlier. People who were convicted had the opportunity to make the application. They were being reviewed by the committee through a keen and meticulous process, and the board made the determination. As I said earlier, there was a process. Additionally,
the chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Provides for the final decision to be the minister's. The member might want to read the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act and the amendment. The committee can say whatever it wishes, but the scheme put in place by the amendment gives the minister ultimate power. So I just don't want to interrupt, and there are other things that are accurate that I'll address. But to suggest that the actual power, the person exercising the power is different is just not accurate.
I think you're saying exactly what I said. The board makes recommendation. You
No.
said it gives the minister the ultimate power at the end of the day. And I said, in my iteration, that is too ambiguous. And in my view, it gives the minister too much power.
Well, that's the existing law.
Additionally,
Thank you.
the prerogative of Mercy Committee has the powers to grant clemency to inmates who are eligible as independent bodies with specific roles to play.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
That's not accurate either. The member would do well to read the provision of the Constitution. The prerogative is an advisory committee that advises the minister who can accept or reject their advice. And so the point of order is the characterization is just legally incorrect.
Thank you, honourable member.
Speaker, as I said, my opinion, Madam Speaker, my question now is Parliament becoming the courtroom. It's a scary thought. And I still say again, it is too ambiguous. Parliament is not courtroom. The bill does speak to the type of offenses. The bill does not speak to the type of offenses that the minister has the discretion to expunge. There should be a specific schedule of offenses, and there is already one included in the Act. Why is it that this government wants to move away from what we already have that exists, that works? In principle, Madam Speaker, I am for expunging these minor offenses. But this bill must be more specific in terms of what offenses the minister has purview over. Further, I believe the power should stay with the committee and not the minister and Parliament. It's my view. And I promise not to be long at all. Madam Speaker, we are legislators. But in my view, this bill is now forcing us to be administrators. Or at least the minister who wants to be judge and will make us as a Parliament a scapegoat jury. That's my opinion. We do support from this side the expungement of records for small quantities of marijuana or hemp and other minor offenses, specifically for those young people and first-time offenders. But, Madam Speaker, we cannot give the minister a blank check to use at his discretion. Just can't happen. It is too risky. It is too dangerous. Madam Speaker, as I said, those are my opinion. I made it clear based on my understanding of the bill. Of course, there are point of orders raised, which is okay by this Parliament. But my position stands. As always, the official opposition is here to provide bipartisan support for this New Day government. We're talented over here too, just rely on us for some advice also. We could help. We're all in this together. And wherever possible, where we can assist, this is all one country. And when you succeed, everybody succeeds. So use the little limited talented, the numbers that we have over here with great talent. Like we say in sports, the Bahamas, small country, great athlete. We're a small opposition, but we're a great force to be reckoned with. And we are here to support you. Yes, absolutely. As I said, we are here. Come on. We can talk for that.
The small bar threw me off. Bye.
Smaller numbers. Smart but powerful. Smaller numbers, very, very powerful. But once again, Madam Speaker, again, we have no issue with expunging records for those minor offenses, as I indicated earlier. But it is very dangerous for us now as parliamentarians to act as not only legislators, but administrators, judge, and scapegoat jury, in my view. Once again, I'm honored to stand here on behalf of the good residents of Central Grand Bahama who sent me here for a second consecutive term to represent their interests. And only this past Saturday, our flagship project, the now world famous Central Grand Bahama Farmers Market Festival took place at the Royal Oasis in Grand Bahama, just outside of the world famous Camelot Room. And we had quite a bit of tourists out there. We have tour companies now coming by. They want to go on our schedule to bring the tourists by. And next week, when I return to Parliament, I'll be bringing hopefully a gift for my colleagues from the garden. And Madam Speaker, you know, we had a conversation.
Yes. Don't tell them our business.
So that we can indeed feed ourselves. The festival is growing. We had the St. George Pop Band that I sponsored. I just sponsored them as a member of Parliament in their summer camp, and that's one of the best groups we have in Grand Bahama right now. Very talented group, headed by Ms. Keita Stubbs, one of the teachers at St. George's. Yes. Very talented crew, and they're in demand now all through the Bahamas. Ceremony, yes, they did. And again, we also had John Canoe celebration by, I guess they call themselves now the world famous Platinum Nights, and at the Royal Oasis, and a good time was had by all. All of the vendors indicated that they sold out, they made money. The only problem was they said it was so hot. They believed that we ought to consider changing the timelines. But even though it was hot, the vendors came out there, they sold their wares and their crafts, and they made money, and that is what it's all about. But I want to encourage all of us to encourage our constituents to participate in this whole initiative of food security. As you can tell right now, going to the grocery store is a challenge. It's stressful even driving up, knowing that at the end of the day, when you reach the cashier, how deep you have to dig in your pocket to pay the bill. So of course, we need now to subsidize what we spend in the store by growing our food in our backyard, in our patio, in our community garden. Once again, Central Grand Bahama made its position clear that we do support the expungement of records for minor offenses as it stands, and as we did in the past. So once again, Central Grand Bahama now rests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Golden Gates.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I rise, I continue, as always, to give thanks to God, who is the sustainer of my life. I would like to join you in congratulating my longtime friend, and someone who has been an exceptional event planner since I've known her, and we were teenagers then, the member for Seabreeze. And her team for the stellar execution of our 49th, the 50th, I am sure, will be extremely dynamic, and I'm looking forward to the celebrations. We felt the New Day feeling throughout the country. You too. Throughout the country. Marco City felt it too. He just smiled. As we enjoyed event after event.
Yeah.
Yes, he had a great time.
Yes.
St. Anne's too.
I
St.
saw
Anne's
St.
had a
Anne's.
great time.
Several times.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, blowing everything.
But of course, you know, the events were one well executed after the next. The Bahamian people came out in great numbers, and you could feel the joy and the pride as everybody partook in the festivities. So, Madam Seabreeze and your team, exceptional job. We look forward to the 50th. Madam Speaker, I join my colleague from Freetown in extending condolences again to the family of Cindy Williams Ramming, who is a very great friend of mine, the consummate philanthropist and servant leader. And prior to her unfortunate demise, she was also supposed to be appointed to one of our strategic task force in the public service, so we will miss her. I extend love again to her family. I stand to extend condolences to my family. I am a Glover Simonet from Inagua. Yes, and my good cousin, who I grew up calling Uncle Vernon, because back then, even though they're your cousins, they're older, you can't call them uncle and aunt. So Uncle Vernon, who served, the Honorable Vernon Simonet, who served as a speaker, I think it was from 92 to 97. He was a good man, the jokester. He and my dad competed to be the funniest in the family, or as we say in our family, the jokiest. And he lived a life of humility, but he was somebody who I loved dearly, and I have many fond memories growing up with him. The member for Marco City, I hope because he and I have the same blood flowing through our veins that I can embody his spirit of peace in politics, but that peace came with excellence, that peace came with getting the job done, and that peace came with understanding respect for others. So I honor my cousin, Uncle Vernon Simonet, today. Of course, I send condolences to Aunt Phyllis, Derek, Dean, Dominic, I ain't gonna leave nobody out, I hope, Darcy, Yvonne, and Veronica, Oris, the whole family. On behalf of the Glover side of the Glover Simonet clan, I extend my condolences. I would like to congratulate my colleague from Carmichael on the passing out of an immigration squad that all of us are very proud of this coming Friday. And in particular, I'd like to congratulate Jeremy Brennan, Troy Sanders, Darren Outen, and Fanshawn Evans on their passing out. They made it, they pushed through, they enjoyed till the end, and I'm very proud. I'm sure they will be stellar officers. That's 4 out of many. Troy belong to all of us. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, before I get started with my contribution, and I want to be able to go home, I have to wish my mother, who will celebrate her birthday tomorrow, Kay Frances Kerr, a very happy and blessed birthday. I love her. That's my girl too. Fine word. I love her, and I am sure, because I will make sure that she has a wonderful birthday. I'd like to also extend happy birthday to Shelley Sweeting, and I think they tell me the member from Elizabeth has a birthday coming up in a few days. To Sea Breeze, and just seems like I'm surrounded by cancer ladies. But happy birthday to you all. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Rehabilitation of Offenders Amendment Bill 2022, which inserts a new section into the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, allowing the minister responsible the discretion to declare certain persons rehabilitated. Specifically, this law allows the minister, with the support of both houses of parliament, to have people convicted of certain offenses declared rehabilitated, which means that their convictions are treated as spent and their records are expunged. Madam Speaker, I'm sure those of us, all of us, across the divide even, who work the grounds in our constituency, each know a few turnaround stories. Those whose present circumstances far exceed their past. Those who found themselves at rock bottom only to dust themselves off and, as we would say, the proverbial climb to higher heights. I'm sure many members of the public who are listening to my voice right now know of people in their families, people in their communities who were incarcerated earlier in life and were able to succeed despite the odds. It's hard enough to experience upward social mobility in this country without a record. Imagine how much harder it is to walk the straight and narrow and keep the faith when searching for a job with a criminal record. Imagine how discouraging it is to make a mistake in one's early adulthood and to have that mistake follow you for the next decade, even though you've turned your life around. Society isn't always forgiving. That's right. We should be grateful that God is so merciful and doesn't judge us for our past wrongs the way we sometimes judge those who have made mistakes. Like my colleague from Centerville noted earlier, Madam Speaker, second chances are important, and I too am reminded of the biblical story of Joseph as he was unjustly imprisoned in an Egyptian jail. He still had within him the potential to not just rise to leadership, but to save the nation through a time of famine. God worked through a prisoner then, and he still works through those who have come through the rehabilitative system today, including many former prisoners right here in our nation. One of the interesting aspects of the tale of Joseph was that God worked through Pharaoh and the government of the day to facilitate Joseph's rise. I believe that the story of Joseph should be instructive for us at this moment. Second chances are so important for those who have turned their lives around after surviving the conditions of our rehabilitative system definitely deserve a second chance. So today, through this amendment, we are giving second chances to those who deserve them. It's a beautiful thing to potentially positively impact so many lives. We're living in a world of changing values. Just a few years back, the Marijuana Commission conducted a poll that indicated that most Bahamians supported the decriminalization of marijuana. I'm sure many people with convictions related to marijuana and many non-violent crimes would like to see their records expunged after having paid their dues and becoming productive citizens. It is in our best interest as a society to give those who have turned their lives around a second chance. It profits us nothing to continue to hinder those who have legitimately changed their lives from living unfettered and free to pursue their dreams. This amendment today helps us to do just that. Madam Speaker, sometimes it feels as if it is all fallen on this Davis administration to reform so many areas of our society.
Wow. Yes.
There are so many laws. Thank you. There are so many laws and amendments that we've already passed or are currently drafting with compassionate leadership, Marco City. As a core value of this administration, it is only natural that we would prioritize ensuring that we assist and empower the vulnerable and overlooked in our society. This amendment before us today is a small part of a wider vision to transform the socioeconomic fabric of this nation. We are committed to building a country that works for everyone, not just those at the top.
That's right.
Yes, when we say everyone, we also mean those who have bounced back after a life of incarceration and hardship. Our vision is inclusive enough, transformative enough, big enough that there's room at the table for everyone. I look forward to the positive impact this amendment will have throughout the length and breadth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, I'd now like to transition briefly to a few matters of interest to the people of the Gates, my beloved Golden Gates constituency. First of all, I wish to extend a heartfelt congratulations and commendation to the newly sworn Commissioner of Police, Clayton Fernanda. He is a good and involved constituent of Golden Gates. And not to brag, Madam Speaker, but Golden Gates is fortunate to be the home of the nation's top brass. Our wonderful new commissioner and the illustrious Commodore, Dr. Raymond King, are both active and involved members of Golden Gates. Former Commissioner of Police Paul Farquharson is also a resident, and these three men have been extremely supportive of my work and my efforts in Golden Gates. My success in the community is directly tied to their support, their advice, and their involvement in many of my projects. For this, I am extremely grateful. I am blessed to represent such a fantastic community with equally fantastic constituents. Madam Speaker, as summer temperatures rise, I am pleased to announce the launch of Summer Scoops, a free ice cream giveaway initiative to show my love to the wonderful children of Golden Gates.
We definitely need our scoop.
She comes from Golden Gates. For the summer months of July and August, children of Golden Gates can visit my constituency office on Moonshine Drive in Sunshine Park and get free ice cream all day on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Just for the children.
Ice cream. The scoop.
My children always in Moonshine Drive, gardening, doing all sorts of great activities. The top brass keeps us, make sure that our community is safe, and we have some active community watch programs in Golden Gates. Crime is not an issue in Golden Gates. Margot City, I know you want to move in Golden Gates. I understand. Fantastic community. So I apologize in advance to parents, but this is for the children only. After a long and arduous school year, I want to treat my Golden Gates babies to some sweet treats for the summer. I'm so proud of them, and I love them all.
Yeah, that's a really good idea.
So we continue to feed the Golden Gates community, including making numerous home deliveries to the elderly, sick, and shut-ins. So for the children living with disabilities who are unable to make it to the constituency office, and I just spoke with one of the parents on the break, don't worry. I will personally ensure that your ice cream is delivered with your meals this summer. Madam Speaker, I continue to stand on the platform of empowerment, education, and enterprise in the great constituency of Golden Gates. I'm not the MP that will buy you a car or pay your house insurance, but I am the MP that will seek to align you with the opportunities to take care of yourself through employment, access to educational opportunities, and opportunities for upskilling and entrepreneurship. As we debate this rehabilitation of offenders bill today, I can proudly say that Golden Gates has always had a focus on rehabilitation. With the support of the retired commissioner, we continue to assist with applications for the criminal record expungement program at the Golden Gates constituency office, helping our Golden Gates people to get their lives back on track and thereafter secure employment. We have assisted with full-time employment through private and public sector partners for numerous Golden Gates residents, as well as summer jobs. I would like to also give special commendation to our Golden Gates Jaguars team who participated in the Jam Fest this holiday weekend. I am always pleased to support them and sponsor them. And we had 3 teams in the under 10, under 12, and under 14 divisions coached by Coach Vashti Raming. And I'm happy to say what a great job they continue to do in their mentorship program in Golden Gates. For those who are too young to work or may prefer not to this summer, as of Monday coming, the 18th of July, I will host the Golden Gates Cultural Enrichment and Empowerment Summer Camp from Monday to Friday, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Sybil Strawn Primary. This culturally enriching and empowering camp will feature lessons in straw craft making, jewelry making, barbering, junkanoo craft and music, soap making, folklore reading, modeling and etiquette, some fun physical fitness by Caribbean Sweat Fitness, and so much more. The week of July 18th through 22nd is for primary age children, age 6 to 11 years old, and the week of July 25th to 29th is for junior and senior high school students of Golden Gates. Hot breakfast and hot lunch will be served daily to campers, and we will have lots of treats and surprises. Parents, you can register now at the Golden Gates constituency office or visit my Facebook page at Pia Glover Roll to access the registration link. On Saturday, the 30th of July, at the Golden Gates Assembly Park, it will be Report Card Reward Day in Golden Gates. I invite my Golden Gates students to come out for free food, drinks, and treats. But for those primary and secondary school children with a 2.5 GPA or higher, I will be giving out some amazing gifts. Those who did not quite make it this time are asked to continue to work hard so that you can make the cut next time. We encourage you to still come out and have fun with us. Stay tuned to my social media platforms for more details on our upcoming Reward and Recognition Day for your report cards. And finally, in August, to keep my cool Golden Gates kids even cooler, I will host an exciting Water and Foam Fun Day for back to school. Again, stay tuned to my social media platforms for details, and updates will be sent via the Golden Gates constituency broadcast. Madam Speaker, Golden Gates will enjoy a summer filled with wholesome, rewarding, and fun activities for our children and our young people. They deserve to be loved on, and Ms. Pia will make sure it's done in grand style. Madam Speaker, I'm inspired every day by the impact this government is having. You agree, Marco City? We put the pedal to the floor from day one, and we have not slowed up. Our policies will serve as catalysts for change in so many areas. And while I'm proud of all of our accomplishments, I'm most proud when we remember to make policies for those who aren't often remembered. When we focus on those that aren't usually noticed, and when we empower people who have felt disempowered and impeded by the society we are living in. This amendment to the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act is one of those moments. I'm so proud to have played a small role in ensuring that this legislation has passed for Bahamians who deserve a second chance. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Golden Gates, the fantastic people of Golden Gates, I stand in complete support of the Rehabilitation Offenders Amendment Bill 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmani. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, last night I went to bed hot with this government, upset over this piece of legislation. I woke up hot with this government, upset over this piece of legislation. And I left here at lunchtime, Madam Speaker, hot with this government and upset over this piece of legislation. Not even that moonshine ice cream could have cooled me down, Madam Speaker. But I've been married for 15 years, and I kept an open mind, and I'm going to do my best now to talk myself through this piece of legislation, not just for my benefit, but for the benefit of the Bahamian people, because without explaining it clearly, and I know that there was some attempt at that by the Minister of National Security today, but urban renewal got put into it, and a couple other things got put into it, and I lost my focus. So I'm going to try to do a bit of a better job, because I know a lot of my constituents are very upset with what this amendment may mean. Now, saying that, I have a better opinion, better understanding of it now. And where I initially lost my cool over this was actually with the wording of the legislation itself. We've gone through the long title and the short title. By Section 2 of the amendment, it reads, "The Rehabilitation of Offenders Act is amended by the insertion immediately after Section 14 of the following new Section 15. Minister's discretion to declare certain persons rehabilitated." Now, minister's discretion, that causes a lot of persons, especially when it comes to the disbursement of justice in our country, to get concerned. It is, however, subject by this amendment to the period of rehabilitation, and that's something that I didn't quite understand, but I am still going to ask for this government to confirm at the end of my contribution that my understanding as it is now is the correct one. By subsection 1 of Section 15, subject to subsection 2, and notwithstanding the provisions of Section 3, 4, and 10, the minister may by order, subject to affirmative resolution in both houses of Parliament, declare any and all persons convicted of any class of criminal offense specified in the order to A, be treated as rehabilitated persons in respect of that offense, B, have his conviction for that offense treated as spent, and C, have his record for that conviction of the offense expunged. So it then concluded, and the minister has this discretion, whether or not the rehabilitation period specified for that offense under section 4.2 has been met. When I read this the first time, Madam Speaker, I even used, what they would have tried to teach me in high school to do, different color highlighters, so that I could pay attention to the detail and pay attention to the point. And what I found, and I highlighted here in red or in pink, I prefer red, that's a much better color, Madam Speaker. What I highlighted in red, Madam Speaker, because it drew the majority of my attention, was subject to affirmative resolution by both houses of Parliament. We have a majority government, whether it's the past F&M administration, whether it's this current PLP administration. When you bring something from the minister, from the cabinet into the House of Parliament, it's very likely that the majority is going to approve it. So you have a public that's sitting there wondering, does this mean that the minister and the government of the day can pass an order to have his conviction for the offense treated as spent? Now, treating somebody's conviction for an offense as spent, to me, what irritated me, Madam Speaker, was thinking that the conviction for the offense treated as spent means that you've been given 7 years in prison. But the minister can sign off and say, you don't have to serve any more of that time, or you don't have to serve more than a month. In other words, if that was the correct interpretation, which I'm explaining now, I no longer believe to be the case, but would seek confirmation. What this means is that, that would have, Madam Speaker, also created this interference by the executive, by the legislative, in the judiciary, because you have judges that are handing down sentences, which, if you don't understand what the term have his conviction for the offense treated as spent, you would think that the court has gone through this entire process. The judge has said, you're going to spend 7 years incarcerated, and now along comes a minister, honorable minister, but for whatever motive or for whatever reasoning, whatever policy decision, can say that 7 years that you've been sentenced to is now over. You're free to go, right? And that's what irritated me, Madam Speaker. With every bit of our legislation, we can always do more to explain it in the legislation itself, rather than having to go to several different resources, which we've been doing. And I've even gone so far as to go into one of these old school brown books, which used to be where you would go to find the legislation, and where legislation would be glued in and updated from time to time. Madam Speaker, I was envisioning, Madam Speaker, that persons like one of the people in my constituency yesterday, there was a report today at approximately 3:20 p.m. this afternoon. My mother's car was stolen from her as she sat on the beach near Yamacraw Hill Road and Rugby Drive. 2 males asked her to give them their keys and get out of the car. Thankfully, she was not held up by gunpoint or knife point and is not physically harmed. What I was envisioning, Madam Speaker, is that persons who commit these types of offenses, because when you look at the amendment, it says, declare any and all persons convicted of any class of criminal offense specified in the order to be treated as rehabilitated, treated as having spent their conviction, and treated as the conviction for the offense expunged. Subsection 2 goes on to say, subsection 1 shall not apply to an offense specified in the first schedule. So I was thinking that when I looked at the first schedule of the Act, it identifies the offenses of manslaughter, in respect of which a sentence of 5 years or more has been imposed on conviction, murder, possession of dangerous drugs with intent to supply, treason, armed robbery, rape, unlawful carnal knowledge, contrary to Section 286 of the Penal Code, I was thinking, Madam Speaker, that what this act was doing initially was allowing persons that have been sentenced to have their sentence treated as spent at the minister's discretion. And one such offense, because the theft of this vehicle was not done by means of an armed robbery, this type of offense could go through the court, the criminal be prosecuted, a conviction be found, a sentence be given, and then along comes the minister and lets these persons walk. I also was thinking, Madam Speaker, that you can have, with all of these escalating cases or with all of these reported cases of domestic abuse, you could have a woman whose face was bruised and battered and punched in by an aggressive spouse or by a boyfriend, that boyfriend could be convicted because he didn't use he could have even used a weapon to carry out that offense, because using a weapon in the course of causing harm, grievous bodily harm, Madam Speaker, grievous bodily harm itself isn't an offense which this amendment bill cannot speak to. It can speak to persons convicted of grievous bodily harm. It can speak to persons of vehicle theft. What it doesn't speak to anymore, Madam Speaker, and I understand this now, I still want confirmation so the public knows, is that it doesn't speak to the minister stepping in and saying, you've been sentenced by the court, by the judiciary, which is independent of the executive, independent of the legislature. You've been sentenced. I'm going to waive that sentence for you for whatever motive I said before. It doesn't do that. But what it does is it says that it can step in, Madam Speaker, it can step into the period of rehabilitation, and to get the definition of the period of rehabilitation, you have to look at, as the amendment points out, Section 4, subsection 2 of the Act. And Madam Speaker, Section 4, subsection 2 of the Act says that the offenses excluded from rehabilitation under this Act are specified in the first schedule, and any other offense is an offense subject to rehabilitation under this Act. Subsection 2, for the purpose of this Act, the rehabilitation period applicable to conviction for an indictable offense shall be a period of 14 years. Okay, and then to a conviction for a summary offense or an indictable offense dealt with summarily shall be a period of 7 years. So it is my understanding now, Madam Speaker, that this amendment only relates to the minister stepping in and bringing that rehabilitation period either to a shorter amount of, in this order case, 6 months, or maybe even less. It's not stepping in to remove the sentence. It's not stepping in to undermine the integrity of our judiciary. And it's not stepping in, Madam Speaker, to remove a sentence which could have ultimately created the greatest deterrent to our members of the public who have to serve as witnesses in the witness box, giving evidence in cases. Because if I'm being told that I have to come down and testify in court so that a person who has committed a criminal act will be incarcerated, but I think that the minister can step in after the person's found guilty and they can be on the road again. I was hot last night, Madam Speaker, because of this piece of legislation. I was hot this morning, Madam Speaker, because of this legislation, and I was hot after I left here from my lunch break because of this piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, and truthfully, I'm still a little hot, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this exercise, this amendment wasn't too lengthy, so I was able to put it on some of my social media platforms for constituents to not only read the legislation, but to react to maybe a provoking issue. And it gave an opportunity to get great feedback. I don't think that I can fit a 62-page document like the carbon credit bill on social media. So hopefully this government continues to do small bits of legislation going forward so we can have proper interaction, or they allow us to have the legislation and set up town hall meetings in our constituency, giving us sufficient time to come back and properly contribute to a representative debate. Madam Speaker, I'm still, as I said, a little hot about this because while you don't interfere with the sentences, the way this amendment is structured right now is that for any offense other than those ones set out in the first schedule of the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, being manslaughter, sentence of more than 5 years, murder, possession of dangerous drugs with intent to supply, treason, armed robbery, rape, unlawful carnal knowledge, contrary to Section 286 of the Penal Code. With the exception of those serious offenses, which aren't all the serious offenses that happen in this country, with the exception of those, the minister can come in based on this amendment today. And he can come in and he can present an order waiving the rehabilitation period, determining that other offenses, the sentences handed out by the courts in other offenses are spent, and waiving the sentences handed out in other courts as being expunged. I think that what we should be doing, Madam Speaker, if we are looking to address particular types of offenses, incidents in the history of our nation, which the government administration did last week with the death certificate situation, the Evidence Act, and now this week with persons that have been locked down in the COVID order. I don't think, Madam Speaker, that the amendment can stay as it is, where the minister can come back at a later date. I think that before we pass this amendment, we need to identify in the amendment itself a schedule that lists the minor offenses so that the public will know this is what they did in government today, and this is all they did in government today. Because as it is, Madam Speaker, you're looking at the minister having the discretion. You're looking at the person that has committed the offense having the favor of circumstances after they committed the offense changing to their benefit, while the victim of those offenses still lives day and night with the traumatic experience of having their face bashed in, having their vehicle stolen from in front of their home, having their house broken into and all of their personal items taken. Someone who is convicted of housebreaking, Madam Speaker, may get a conviction that comes with a term of imprisonment, but because housebreaking is not an offense excluded by Schedule 1 of the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, someone with offense of housebreaking can come out of their sentence, and instead of having to pay that additional penalty, which was in place when they decided that they were going to commit that offense, they now no longer have to be of good behavior for 7 years or 14 years, depending on the offense, but they can potentially have their minister decide that their period of rehabilitation is going to be shortened. And instead of making a commitment as part of their repayment to society of being a good behavior for 7 years, and maybe as few as 6 months, that's what's in this offered order, which I reject. Just because, as I said, the amendment should identify the schedule of offenses. It shouldn't be separate by the order. If we do anything with this order today, then we're saying the amendment is good as is, and we give a green light to all of these offenses, all the persons convicted of these offenses in the future, having their sentences, having their term of rehabilitation, their commitment to society that I'm going to remain of good behavior, their commitment to society that I know I'm going to pay the price for the crime that I committed, because that's what society calls for. Right now, however, Madam Speaker, we're going to go to the public telling them that society doesn't call for persons convicted of housebreaking to be of good behavior for 7 years for having committed that offense. Who knows who was in that house when this offense of housebreaking was committed? Who knows if a minor child wasn't walking down the corridor when the man or the woman jumped through the window with the screwdriver, screamed like they've never heard scream before. The parents put them in fear of their life. Who knows if that child is ever going to recover from that traumatic experience, Madam Speaker. Also, you can find that the social obligation to society for persons that maim, Madam Speaker, maiming, means of destruction or permanent disabling of any external or internal organ, member, or sense. So someone could be the victim of an offense where the perpetrator has maimed them for life, Madam Speaker, and they may come out of prison if they're convicted, and in 6 months, Madam Speaker, or less, their commitment to society, their obligation to repay and prove that they're of good conduct is reduced from a 7-year or 14-year period. They're free. They're not going to have a free criminal record, but society didn't commit the crime. They did. Madam Speaker, you even have offenses for obeah. Obeah means any pretended assumption of supernatural power or knowledge, whatever, for fraudulent or illicit purposes, or for gain, or for the injury of any person. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't follow obeah. I don't have time for that. My family had a little store. Had a store before the lockdown where I think Leslie Bryce, now the member from Seabreeze, has a constituency office. We had it in the same shop premises that she did. And one day my wife called me in a panic because there was some mangled dog head that looked like it was dehydrating that wasn't there the night before. I went down, I grabbed that, and I threw it in the garbage, but I don't have time for that, Madam Speaker. Life is short, and obeah ain't gonna get in my way. I'm saying it from a higher level. If I'm the first one to say it in the House, then there'll be a spirit telling me I'm saying it right, so don't worry about that. But Madam Speaker, the point is, for someone convicted of an offense of obeah, they will be able, by the way this amendment is now, to have that rehabilitation period shortened, even removed. No rehabilitation period. Madam Speaker, you also have incidents of riot. Persons with riot who are convicted, the minister can interfere. Robbery, okay, that's a serious offense. To rob someone without an armed weapon, but still to put them in fear of their life and take their possessions, that is an offense that the minister can step in, can interfere, Madam Speaker, and reduce the rehabilitation period. You also have stealing. You have forgery of documents, Madam Speaker. Now, forgery of documents is very important. Sears or someone maybe to give me a bridge loan. But Madam Speaker, the point is that vehicle was stolen. It was on the not them, a different name. That vehicle was stolen from our home. Right? Once a vehicle is stolen from in front of your property, you wake up every morning nervous to peep out the window, but you know you need to peep out the window because you have to see if your vehicle's been stolen again. And when you peep out that window, if you see a vehicle there, you feel like the luckiest man around or the luckiest woman around. But Madam Speaker, we hired a private investigator, cracked into this whole huge auto theft ring. This is not the person's real name, and I don't know if it's his alias, but a guy named Chick. A guy named Chick, like Little Chicken, was the one that had, after our vehicle was stolen within days, because I spotted it by a liquor store on Mackey Street, he had reinsured the vehicle with third-party insurance. Now, for third-party insurance, you don't need the vehicle to be inspected. So the insurance company didn't inspect the vehicle. That third-party insurance is good enough to license your vehicle with the Road Traffic Department, Madam Speaker. And that third-party insurance is good enough after you've licensed the vehicle to cancel and get a reimbursement of part of your policy amount. And that's how the ring worked, Madam Speaker. Now, this Chick fellow, he would have been the one that stole the vehicle. He would have been the one, maybe he was the boss behind the theft ring. This is all uncovered in a private investigative report. But what struck me is it took my wife encountering the vehicle on Goodman's Bay in the parking lot there one day. Now, she only did this because we didn't have comprehensive insurance, and we didn't have a replacement vehicle. We still needed that vehicle. She confronted the vehicle, and when they saw her coming, the vehicle took off, a man and woman inside. She later, about a month later, found it in front of a plaza on Rosetta Street that had a dental office upstairs. when you own a used vehicle, you know the little secrets of it. You know where you jam that piece of wood to keep that window up because the motor stopped working already. So she saw the vehicle. It was kind of one of a kind. One window was slightly tinted differently from the other window. She called the police. A very responsive police officer got there within minutes. They went through the building asking who owned the vehicle, and someone from the dental office said it was his vehicle. He came downstairs. He gave the explanation of him having bought it. He goes to Thompson Boulevard. I get called. I meet my wife at Thompson Boulevard, and we go through this process. The officer that was dealing with the theft recovery. Now we've reported this to the police from the time it was stolen. The officer that we reported this to at the theft recovery section of Thompson Boulevard said that the person who was in possession of it was also a victim because he bought this vehicle not knowing that it was a stolen vehicle. But the truth is, Madam Speaker, he was in receipt of dishonesty in receipt of a stolen item that belonged to me, Madam Speaker. Now, at that time, I didn't get too deep into the conflict between the disclosure that the officer that was telling me he was going to release the owner of the stolen vehicle because he was also a victim. That officer was also the officer that inspected the vehicle after it had been stolen from us and gave the certificate saying that this vehicle was clear to be resold again. You got to know when to hold them, Madam Speaker. You got to know when to fold them, Madam Speaker. And I got my vehicle back. My wife got my vehicle back. She's braver than me, but together, Madam Speaker, we're unstoppable. So, Madam Speaker, I understand that there's going to be some further discussion. But just in case there isn't some further discussion on this amendment before it's passed, I want to reiterate that I don't approve the order. I approve the class of offenses that the order covers, persons that receive sentences while we were on COVID lockdown rules. The examples were given by the member from Freetown. There would be other examples as well. That period in our history was handled. And now we can continue to handle and make sure that those persons that obtained offenses through those means can have a fresh start again. Madam Speaker, I also agree with my colleagues that we should have this amendment with a schedule that protects and clears the records of those persons convicted during that COVID period of those COVID violations, as well as persons found in possession of small quantities of marijuana for personal consumption. I think that it's time that we do that, Madam Speaker, and I hope that has the support of the government, and I feel that there's no reason why that can't be included now in this new date. Madam Speaker, so I'm waiting, and I'm looking forward to seeing a bill go into committee and have amendments made to it that are to the benefit of our people. And I think that this is going to be the piece that does it, Madam Speaker, and the credit will go to the government. The credit may come to the opposition as well, but it'll be them in the majority that will have passed it, and it'll be us in the minority, Her Majesty's loyal opposition, that will support it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for that. I have 1 minute, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure my constituents running off too, because I'm just about to talk about my constituency a little bit, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to start off by picking up the baton from my neighboring Member of Parliament, Fred Mitchell, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs. We've seen and we've heard the recognition given, and I adopt the condolences extended to the former Speaker, Mr. Vernon Simonette's family. On the international level, though, I think, Madam Speaker, it's appropriate that we recognize the loss in the global political world of the longest-serving Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, who was killed, assassinated last week. He had been an outspoken critic for guns, possession of guns, and he lost his life as a result of a homemade weapon while he was out talking in the public, Madam Speaker. I would like to also extend condolences to the families of John Pinder and Larry Pinder, who lost their sister Gail Pinder Cochina Muglos in the last month. Madam Speaker, I've always talked about the lights and the parks issues and the pothole issues. The member for Fort Charlotte, wasn't in the room at the time, but I know his trusted team in the Ministry of Works are paying attention when I spoke of that bone crusher pothole on Prince Charles Drive opposite the Super Value Food Store, which was filled in the next day. I don't think we can clap in the House, but I think that deserves our own round of applause. And we've even had a group effort from residents in the Winton area. We've had a group effort from residents in the Winton area who have been able to have some light bulbs replaced. I know that I've spoken to it, but I give the credit to that community effort. They're organizing and becoming a neighborhood watch association shortly. But last night, a constituent told me that all the lights in Johnson Road Estates, which is basically behind Budget Meat on Vernon Road, all the lights are out. And we also have one very important light in the Trade Winds community that needs to be replaced. I spoke about the Sapphire Ridge Park last time, and I am wrapping up now. I'm wrapping up now. Though this isn't Sapphire Ridge, but this still needs to be fixed. But Sapphire Ridge Park, Madam Speaker, is in what would be described as a Sans Souci community between Prince Charles and Camperdown. And the park still hasn't been maintained in over 2 months. The grass looks like you're sitting out there wondering if Simba's gonna return, you know, the king has returned. It looks like an African savanna, which would be great if it was a national park, but it's a children's park, it's a community park. Let's get that lawn mowed. Let's lawn mowed. Yep. Let's get that lawn mowed and put some paint on those old pieces of equipment and maybe put some beautiful new pieces in, Madam Speaker. But really, Johnson Road Estates, Trade Winds, and Sapphire Ridge Park. I've spoken to the executive director. I have confidence he's working on it. But every day without improvement, Madam Speaker, is a lost day in this great Commonwealth. Thank you very much, and God bless my constituents.
Thank you, Honorable Member. If you see Simba, let me know, okay? Asmini, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for South Beach. Give us 1 minute, please.
That's many. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for South Beach.
Good afternoon and thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon, members of this Honorable House. Mr. Deputy Speaker, once again, I am humbled to stand within these hallowed halls of this special place to represent the good, proud, and hardworking people of South Beach. I say thank you to the Almighty God for the gift of life and for ordering my steps. And as I always say, I take this opportunity very seriously and soberly. And with the help of my Creator, I commit and commit again to doing my very best for the people of South Beach and Bahamians in general. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to join in the chorus of congratulatory remarks to the member Seabreeze on such a fine effort this weekend with regards to the 49th Independence celebrations. You know, on Sunday afternoon, we sat in the park and we saw this great display. And I sat back and I smiled. My wife looked at me because she know I like to show off when we doing big things. She looked back at me. She said, "What you smiling at?" I said, "You don't see this as a setup?" She said, "What you mean?" I say, "If you know the member like I know the member, you ain't even seen nothing yet." I say, "You think 49 was good? 50 50 could kill you. Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we heard from the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture this morning as he mentioned the baseball team at the Bade Booth Regional Invitational Tournament this weekend. Teams for under 12 and under 16 males, and their participation and having, of course, they are now gold medal teams, and I congratulate them. But I wish to offer congratulatory remarks to one particular player on the 16 and under team, Trent Wilson. He's from the South Beach constituency. He is 15 and a very, very skilled baseball player. Trent, against Puerto Rico on Monday, pitched a no-hitter at that tournament. And if you understand baseball and you know what a no-hitter is, a no-hitter, Mr. Speaker, means that nobody from the opposing team ever made it to first base. That's a feat that doesn't happen very often in the majors. And for it to happen right here with our Bahamian boys makes me proud and makes me very proud of Trent. So I say to Trent, through you, continue to do the things, Trent, that will push you in the direction of your pursuits for athletic excellence. God has chosen you to be a light. Continue to let your light shine and watch great things happen for you. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the proposed amendments before us. Early in my speech, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to do something that is unusual, and that is to outright support the bill that we have come to this House on the behalf of the Bahamian people today to do. Yeah. I do so, Mr. Speaker, assured that while it is a bill drafted by men with good intent for the governing of men with goodwill to follow, I expect flaws, Mr. Speaker. I anticipate growing pains, and I look forward to periods of testing and adjusting where necessary. Let me say further, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that despite my early outright support of this bill, I am not naive. I expect that at some time, in some instances, we may wonder, did we do it right? We will caucus amongst ourselves in certain quarters and discuss, were we adept enough in our estimations? Were we strategic and methodically as we possibly could have been with this drafted monumental legislation? But Mr. Speaker, while all of this only exists in hypothetical, and we can pontificate on any number of things related to this broad bill, one thing that gives me hope as a young Bahamian male, a family man, is that this legislation seems to be going in the direction of that which is good and Christian, Mr. Speaker. Although not very complex at all, the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act says that this is a government who, like the Prime Minister said in the presentation at our premier learning institution last evening, it says that this is a government that is not only concerned about the economy, Mr. Speaker, but more specifically, this administration is focused on education and health because it caters to the needs of individuals. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today I pause to say that the Prime Minister is obviously, accurately aware of the possibilities wrapped up in a legislation like this one. Bills like the Rehabilitation Offenders Act, when tabled, debated and passed in this place, allows for the redevelopment of healthy family bonds. Mr. Speaker, they develop healthy re-engagement with society. They help with the internal goal resetting and realization, and more importantly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they help with restoring healthy, wholesome opportunities for a life void of crime and criminality after the process of rehabilitation has been realized. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are looking to offer a renewed chance to rekindle the dreams of individuals that they had before their missteps. We want to reassure these individuals that unlike administrations past that created policies that rejoiced in rejection and separation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to note today that this administration, through its policies, are making clear that the most important of all the re's, and when I say the re's, I mean the re-engagement, the redevelopment, the realization, the most important of all the re's for us in this administration is our recommitment to drying the tear from every eye. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have said before, and I wish to say again, that as a man who shares in the demographic of the people of this nation, most susceptible to crime and its adverse effects, I must very gently state my bias on how completely satisfied I am that this progressive Liberal Party government is taking these steps of progress towards the recreation of a healthier, rehabilitated Black community, which I suspect will be young and male. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I sat in contemplation on what my thought out and stated views on this bill would be, I did so very aware of the carnage being visited on our streets by gun violence. Mr. Deputy Speaker, regrettably, I also did so fully aware of the media reports in my mind that suggest, as a nation, we are on target to meet record murder levels again. Predominantly carried out by Black young men on other Black young men. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I contemplated what my official position would be, not only as the Member of Parliament for South Beach, but as a coach and a mentor of young men for the past 20 years, whom I would have had the ability to make life-changing deposits, and sadly, Mr. Speaker, in others who, despite my best efforts, I would still lose to these streets. I must admit, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that against that backdrop, the easier thing to say publicly would be to easily repeat the cliche, the well-liked cliche, the soundbite, well, let's build a higher wall. Let's make a bigger prison. Make the penalties stiffer. That would be the easier thing to say publicly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But then, what would we have accomplished in doing so? Mr. Deputy Speaker, against this backdrop, I am not convinced, and I am sure that I speak for some of my colleagues when I say that those of us in this place, regardless of which side of the divide we sit on, are all not convinced that all is lost for our Bahamians or Bahamas, or by any chance that our best days of nation and nation building are behind us. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do not accept that, and I say without fear that I know now more than ever that we are closer to the dream envisioned by those persons who sat in these seats and occupied this space even before some of us existed, whether as politicians, labor leaders, educators, or clergymen. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know that their dreams draw nigh. Yes. Further, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I say to the prophets of doom and the apostles of destruction and despair, who even would suggest that the Bahamas is not a real place, or suggest that this nation is finished, no suggestion could be further from the truth, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is with all of this considered that my mind takes me back to two scriptures, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The first, words said by Jesus himself, who stated in Matthew chapter 25, that whatsoever you would have done to the least of my brother, you would have done to me. I am also conscious, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of Proverbs 24:16, And I paraphrase, and it says, though the righteous man falls 7 times, he will get up, but the wicked fall into calamity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill gives us the opportunity to simultaneously do 2 things. 1, to reach down to a brother or sister and help him or her up on his journey. 2, and similarly, redeems otherwise, ordinarily righteous, right-thinking men who, for whatever pressure of life, in an instant, out of a heated passion, unattended to anger or rage, made a miscalculation about the manner of his or her bearing and the impending consequences. We owe it to ourselves, Madam Speaker, as a growing nation, not to simply be comfortable with discarding into the penal abyss our young men and women. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the record, let me be clear. I am not asking the members of this place to be coy or naive. And let us realize that despite our efforts, there will be isolated incidents. Will there be men and women who are hell-bent on breaking the law, disturbing justice, and deliberately disturbing the peace through good order, the peace and good order of society? Absolutely. Will there be men and women sold out to corruption and unsavory practices at all levels in all of our communities, from Managua to Abaco? Certainly. The short answer is yes. Are there people who live among us, plagued with extreme narcissistic disorders, completely intending on visiting carnage and pain to people and families? Mr. Deputy Speaker, yes. Yes. But despite the possibilities we accept, should we allow them to strap us into fear of the unknown and not to seek and to save the one? Should we not seek to correct the behavior of the one, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Should we not do all we can to rehabilitate, if only one? Mr. Deputy Speaker, and when we do so, should we not all in this place commit our efforts to ensure that the one that was lost has an equal opportunity to succeed just like anyone? Should the one not be allowed to re-examine the possibilities of life as a normal, non-criminal record-holding person? Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we save that one capable of rehabilitating, should we not prove the confidence in ourselves by removing any prior impediments from his or her past, which will undoubtedly affect him or her negatively? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I recall a policy created a few administrations back that, in my opinion, tied the hands of the magistrate courts on the matter of bail. I wonder if anyone, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm certain some of the lawyers in here do remember that. In my opinion, in my estimation, this is the single most deadly sin visited on our judicial system in our modern independent history. Young men, Mr. Deputy Speaker, people I knew, men that predominantly look like me, volunteered to have criminal records just to avoid the possibility of prison. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I look at this legislation being proposed today and the possibility that it creates for so many young men and women, I've said this before at this very spot, in this very house, and I'll say it again. Legislations like this are the reasons why I support Philip Davis. Amen. This is why I support the Davis-Chester Cooper administration. Space and time is important. I said this before. Space and time is important. I've said this before, and I believe that is why this country supports this progressive Liberal Party government. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when the curtain closes 100 years from now, the general accepted position in this country will be, thank God for the Davis Cooper PLP administration. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this approach is pioneering. This approach is new and inspiring. Now, lest I be misrepresented as being overfilled with glee on behalf of the criminally minded, Mr. Deputy Speaker, make no mistake. I want criminals to feel the full weight of the law. I want those who intend to wreak havoc on our society to know that our new, energetic, and strategic, no-nonsense commissioner has a massive crime plan and will weed you out, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want the criminal elements to know and to make no mistake that our might is mightier and is getting mightier as each day passes. You will neither outrun us nor will you outlast us. This administration is in the business of doing all that it can to make the Bahamas safe. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if a bill to purchase more cars and guns to bolster the assets of the Royal Bahamas Police Force comes in this place, South Beach will be the first to support it. When a bill for a larger prison to be built comes to this place, South Beach will be waiting and ready to support it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Whether it is drones, motorcycles, or rocket ships. Whatever is needed in the fight against crime, and my good friend, the Minister of National Security, is convinced that this is what we need in the fight, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my colleagues will have to join me. My colleagues will have to join me and in the back of me to support this, because I will be at the front of the line. I support tough measures for tough times, as stated by our newly appointed commissioner. I support swift justice, Mr. Deputy Speaker. However, I'm reminded that woven into our justice must always be considered how we extend mercy. How do we save the savable? How do we prevent recidivism? How do we redirect lives of Bahamians to make positive contributions to our society? Mr. Deputy Speaker, we will only do so if we lean on the advice given by the playwright William Shakespeare in The Merchant of Venice, where he says to never seek salvation from justice, but let it always be seasoned with mercy, for this is an attribute of God himself. It is with that, Mr. Speaker, that I, on the behalf of the gracious people of South Beach, support the bill of rehabilitation of offenders, expunging of records. And I pray for God's wisdom, for the keen, watchful eyes for the minister and those charged with making those determinations when the time arises. South Beach supports. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I, again, am very grateful for the opportunity to speak in this place and to speak on behalf of the good people of the East Grand Bahama constituency. Let me first commend, I think, all of the previous speakers for a very mature and even-keel debate. The member for South Beach, I think, makes a compelling argument in terms of the ensuring that we have in mind rehabilitating as a key priority. The member for St. Anne's also reminds us that while we have in our priority list those persons who may have fallen by the wayside and as South Beach quite rightly say, that we must season with mercy. St. Anne's also reminds us that we must also have in mind those victims, and that it must be a balance, and that there's and both of them can be done, I believe, at the same time. Both of them, I believe, have to be done at the same time. And in our sort of exuberance and need and want to really do what's right in saving those persons that need to be and have an opportunity to be saved, we must also have in our forefront of our minds those people who have been affected by those crimes, and to ensure that whatever is done, that it is done sort of on an even keel basis. Before I get directly into my presentation, which I believe will be very brief, Mr. Deputy, I want to also offer condolences to the family of the former Speaker, Brian Simonet. Also, to say how pleased I was. I had an opportunity to observe the independence celebrations in Providence. I was particularly, the message that came back to me was the awesome fireworks that had taken place. And so I joined with colleagues to commend the member for Seabreeze. And yes. I can get to that. But to commend the member for Seabreeze. And also to commend the member for Pine Ridge and the entire Independence Committee in Grand Bahama. As the member for West End said, we were there enjoying ourselves as one. And, independence is one of those sort of holidays that, you could attend these things and put aside the colors and, put aside the, even if it's just for a moment, just rest it on the side. You can pick it back up a little later on, but just rest it on the side for a minute and just be Bahamian and enjoy being Bahamian. And so we had a wonderful time at Saturday night. We had an even better time at Coconut Fest in Pelican Point, East Grand Bahama. We were pleased to welcome the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Grand Bahama. And we also want to remind the public about the CFES celebration in High Rock that's coming up August Monday, and the East Grand Bahama Rake and Scrape that will be coming up the last weekend of August. And so East Grand Bahama is active during this month. We invite all persons to come and join us. These kinds of events are important. They're important for the community. They provide a necessary economic stimulus for the community. And so we had one of the first times that you can see a traffic jam in East Grand Bahama on Monday. We had to wait in the traffic, which was good. So we were enjoying that, and we want to encourage even more of that. Mr. Deputy, in principle, none of us have a problem with expunging of records, in particular of those persons who are deserving of a second chance. None of us have a difficulty with that. In fact, and it was mentioned, I believe, by the member for Central, that the former FNM administration appointed the Rehabilitation Committee, which was headed by a very distinguished former Commissioner, Paul Farquharson, who had put together a very, very good team and they went across the country to encourage people to apply for those first-time offenders and youth offenders, for them to come and to apply. The 2015 amendment established the committee, and it was then appointed, and the process was going through. There were a number of persons who had applied, a number of persons, they had a ceremony, and that ceremony gave the expunsion of the records to a number of persons, a number of the deserving persons. This committee would do their due diligence. They would take the information from persons, they would do their searches, and then they would make a recommendation to the minister. And as was said earlier, the minister then had the ability to approve or not approve those recommendations that came from the committee. And I'll speak to the significance of that committee going forward. Obviously having a clean police record is essential for finding employment, and it is also essential for travel. In my private practice, when I used to practice criminal law years ago, there came 2 cases that I still remember today that had challenges because of a mistake that was made years ago. There was one lady who was a nurse. She had trained herself as a nurse. I believe it was maybe 18 or 19 when she was, and she had gotten into a mistake with in drugs, possession with intent to supply, and she had completely reversed her life. She had become a nurse. She had become a pastor. She was preaching. She was an evangelist, and she wanted to travel. She was invited to preach in the United States, and she wanted to travel. And unfortunately, because of the conviction, and this lady was probably about 40, above 40, and the conviction was 20 years ago, but it was for intent to supply. And it prevented her from being able to travel to the United States. And then there was another case with another gentleman who, again, it was one of those intent to supply cases, where he again had turned his life around, and he had become a youth mentor. And he was someone who went church to church, speaking to young men. And again, the challenge for him was, because it was intent to supply, having those things corrected. So we understand the challenge and understand the benefit of having a clean police record and ensuring that these records are expunged. So we support that principle. 100% we support that principle. We also support the principle which the government has indicated the purpose behind, or one of the purposes behind this amendment, which is to be able to expunge those records of the COVID-19 emergency orders. Now, COVID-19 obviously presented a huge challenge during the time we were living in. And during the time that the emergency orders came about, one had to balance public safety, which was, again, the huge priority for the government, huge priority for the health sector, was how do we ensure that we protect the public health? How do we protect the public health and public safety? And even the Constitution vision that there were extreme circumstances that you were going to temporarily postpone or temporarily suspend certain rights to protect your public health and to protect your public safety. And in order for these laws to have full effect, they had to be enforced. And the police, as was said earlier, were the enforcement arms of these different emergency orders. The enforcement and the COVID offenses, again, COVID now is behind us, or most of what we see with COVID is hopefully behind us. I say that cautiously and prayerfully, that most of COVID is now behind us and we are now moving forward. And so we believe on this side that it is right that now that COVID is the era of COVID we are now moving away from, that those offenses that took place during the COVID emergency orders, that they also come to an end and that they be expunged as well. So those we support. We support your move towards ensuring that those COVID offenses are expunged. But what I think we should look at is the way upon which you are doing this. And we've been having, I think, fruitful discussions with the Leader of Opposition and the Minister for National Security, Minister for Social Services. I believe we've been having some fruitful discussions in terms of a collaboration. And we are hoping that we will continue to have that collaboration. But I just want to articulate some of the reasons why and where I think we can have a collaboration in terms of moving this forward. So your amendment does two main things. The first is it gives the minister the ability to make an order, and that order is subject to both a resolution being approved by both houses of Parliament. Again, that in itself is not necessarily a difficulty, not necessarily a challenge, because when you look at the committee makes recommendations to the minister himself will then bring that, have those expunged. So the minister is still the authority, even from the committee's point of view, the minister is still the authority. But the committee has parameters upon which it acts. Inside the act itself, it gives those considerations that the committee has to take into account when it makes its recommendation. And the committee also has parameters in terms of the time frames that it can act, when it can act, and the information that it gathers. It does research, it looks at all of the circumstances, and then it makes a recommendation. So you apply to the committee, and the committee looks at all of those things. This order does not seem to involve the committee. That this order will be done, and there's a question as to whether the order is the minister in cabinet, because on one occasion I heard the interpretation that the minister in the bill refers to minister in cabinet, and then another interpretation I heard, well, the minister doesn't even have to take this to cabinet, the minister can then just make the order alone. I'm not sure in terms of which interpretation the government is going to act on. But the challenge, I think, or the main challenge, I think, with the way that it's presently worded, is that the amendment itself gives a very wide ability for the minister to make certain orders. Now, we know those orders are subject to both houses of parliament, but the reality is, because you have a supermajority, coming to parliament is really, yes, there is we will have our say, but the reality is the government will have its way in any event. But this gives the minister a very wide discretion. In fact, it gives the minister the ability to bring an order on any offense except those in the first schedule. And those in the first schedule are the murder, treason, all of those main ones. But is the government intending to bring an order, for example, in a firearms case? Does the government intend for this to apply to a drugs case with intent to supply? Does the government intend for this to apply to a sexual offense case? Again, if the government does not intend for that, for those offenses to be included in this, then why give the minister that power? Why give him that power to be able to make that kind of an order? And then you do it in two stages. So we pass this bill, and the bill itself doesn't give the minister, doesn't expunge the records. It is the order that expunges the records. So you vote on the bill, a resolution comes, and then you vote on the resolution in order for those to be made effective. Now, what was tabled this morning, the order that was tabled this morning, and we saw the order that is obviously not effective until the act or the bill becomes an act to make it effective. But it was helpful in that the order spoke to those specific offenses, those offenses that deals with COVID. So that was very helpful in that you then have to put the bill together with the order, and then it makes sense that what the government is intending on doing is expunging, having the ability to expunge the records for COVID-related offenses. But the challenge is your bill is still very wide. It still gives the minister, in my view, an unnecessary power, because it allows him the ability to make an order and bring that order to Parliament with something that you may never have intended, or something that was not envisioned. Because as far as we are concerned, we support the expunging of the COVID offenses. We also support, as was stated by the member and the leader for the Free National Movement, member for Marco City, as was stated when he communicated with the member for Freetown, that we also support the expunging of those offenses, those minor possession offenses. We support that, and I believe your side supports that as well, because the member for Freetown said that was a part of your plan as well. So why not, instead of making the bill giving the minister what I call an unnecessary power, why not just give the specific offenses and put these specific offenses in the bill itself to make it certain as to what we are talking about? reduce that, the wide range of ability, and just make it specific in terms of saying what we are doing today, when this bill passes both houses of Parliament, what we are doing is we are going to give the minister the ability to expunge the records for the following offenses. 1, COVID-related offenses. 2, minor possession offenses, possession of dangerous drugs offenses. That's it. That's all we will be giving him the ability to do, which again, I don't know if the members of the government saw some of the feedback that was on, and I want to commend the member for Finance because he put it on his Facebook page. And the immediate response was, well, why is it that, and obviously people didn't fully understand it and so on, but why is it that the executive, the minister, is getting involved in expunging records? And I spoke to your member for Freetown, and your member for Freetown gave a very excellent answer in my view, that for the COVID offenses where you do not need to go through all of the searching and so on, and for minor drug offenses where in most cases if a first-time drug, small possession comes to court, you plead guilty, most of those cases will be a conditional discharge in any event. So for those ones, I don't see a difficulty with the minister having the ability to, after a 6-month period, to be able to expunge those. There's no controversy in those. Both sides agree to those. Both sides, and not only both sides agree, both sides had already anticipated to the public that this is what is going to be done. So there's no surprise in this. But when you leave it open, you leave it open to the question of, will this apply to the person who raped my daughter? Will this apply to the person who, well, okay, will this apply to the, will this apply?
But you do it misleading by throwing that out there.
No. It was rape is in the Schedule 1, so apologies. Will this apply to the person who stole my car? Will this apply to the person who beat me up? Because assault is in there. Robbery. Well, I'm not sure if robbery is in the first offense or not.
Robbery is not.
Robbery is in the first. But the point that I'm making is, you are unnecessarily leaving this open. And what we would support 100% is making this specific, amending the bill and make it very specific to the offenses that you intend. And I would hope that you would agree with that, because unless there is some other reason why you would want to leave it open, I would not understand why you wouldn't want to be specific. And you wouldn't want to ensure that the public knows this is what we are talking about. We are talking about these offenses. We don't envision coming back and bringing something else. But we are talking about these specific offenses. And so our leader will be presenting an amendment. I believe we've forwarded a copy of it over to you, to the government side already, and we hope that you will look at the amendment favorably. If it needs to be tweaked or if it needs to be amended, we are open to that as well. But as far as we are concerned, we are prepared to support it, but it must be more specific. That wide range of ability for the minister to do that, I think, is problematic and is a challenge. Mr. Deputy, in the couple of minutes that I have left, while we are concerned about doing this to bring people back to life and to give people a second chance, especially when it comes to businesses and allowing people to be able to work, one of the things that we must continue to have in our forefront. And today was a very particular day because today the June CPI report came out in the United States that speaks to inflation. And a lot of persons had anticipated that you would have either seen a decrease in inflation, or some anticipated that you would have seen an 8.8 increase in the inflation for what took place in June. But to many surprise, the prices in June climbed 9.1% from the year earlier. So it actually took a more increase than was anticipated. It is described as the fastest pace since 1981. And with soaring gas prices, rising in rents, swelling grocery bills, made everyday life more expensive for households. The report also spoke to energy prices surging at 7.5% on that month, which were up 41.6% on the 12-month period. 41.6% increase in gas from the last year's indication. So we must continue to have that clarion call. We must continue to stand up on behalf of those people who can't speak for themselves. We must continue to make it plain and make sure that those in the government do not forget that there is still an inflation crisis. Every day people go to the food store, they feel that inflation crisis. Every day people go to the pump, they feel that inflation crisis. And people are also concerned and scared as to what is going to happen with their energy prices. And they are also concerned about what is going to happen with national insurance, as was stated by the minister today. So we must continue to have that clarion call, continue to beat that, continue to shout from the mountaintop, because it is something that is of a huge concern to every single Bahamian when they go to the food stores and when they go to the pumps as well. So, Mr. Deputy, as I said, this is something that we, in principle, support. We have provided a copy of our amendments, which specifically says that we support this. It specifically says that we support the expunging of COVID of offenses, and we support the expunging of the minor drug offenses, minor drug possession offenses. We specifically, marijuana, we specifically support that. But what we have a challenge with is, at present, the bill is too wide and gives the minister the ability to bring in other offenses. And we see no reason why, if the government, this is the government's intention, that the government should spell out their intention in the bill, not just in the order, but spell out their intention in the bill. That's the position of those of us on this side, as well as East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Carmichael.
Good afternoon, Mr. Deputy Speaker, honorable members, fellow Bahamians everywhere. As I stand, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I always do, may the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God, my strength and Redeemer. Today I rise, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the people of the great constituency of Carmichael, to lend my full and unequivocal support of this most important bill. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me say from the outset that many may believe that this is a simple amendment, but I would submit that it is so much more. And I will demonstrate that very shortly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as always, I must always give my God and Savior my unequivocal thanks for having placed me in this position, in this time and in this history. I thank my dear wife of 35 years, Clara Taylor Bell, my 3 sons, Dominic, Nicholas, and Keith Jr., my dear mother, my prayer warrior, my father-in-law who's watching me, Frederick Chicken Taylor, our baseball hero, and of course, all of my family, all of my supporters, the Carmichael constituency, all of our branch officers. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I get into the crux of my presentation this afternoon, I wish to thank the armed forces very recently for the tremendous turnout and their support to the full military service of the Assistant Director of Immigration, Kirkland Neely. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that parade was executed with military precision, and on behalf of his wife and their family and the Assistant Director, the Ministry of Labor and Immigration, we thank everyone for their full support. May his soul rest in peace. I wish to also endorse and congratulate the member for Seabreeze on what I can say is simply a second-to-none independence celebration.
There you go.
Of course, I must concur with all of my colleagues that we are eager and anxious to see what will happen next year, God spares life. And of course, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I must commend Mr. Clayton Fernando, the Commissioner of Police. He enjoys my full and unequivocal support. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will say that he earned my respect from several cases that he was a part of. One of the cases, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a case involving the gruesome murder of Cherise Small some years ago, about 20 years ago. There was another murder of a young lady in the Coral Harbor area. And because of his unwavering investigative skills and techniques, those cases were cracked. And so, Mr. Fernando, we expect nothing else but the best from you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I prepared for this presentation this afternoon, and I began to look at the history of the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, I began to look at the philosophy of the Progressive Liberal Party and that of the Free National Movement. Many would say, and as we campaign, that the philosophy of the Free National Movement and that of the Progressive Liberal Party is one and the same. I would submit, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the answer is a resounding no. The Progressive Liberal Party is for the middle and working class. I would submit that the other side is for the upper class. We build, and we provide turnkey homes. They don't build no homes. We, Mr. Deputy Speaker, provide comprehensive social service assistance.
You forget it.
The other side do not. We introduced NHI. They canceled it. We build institutions. We build and embrace our athletes, and we've developed sports in our country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are all for liberation. I would submit, as this bill and this presentation will show, the other side was for suppression and oppression. We are a government of second chance and rehabilitation. And this bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is our words in action. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the good people of Carmichael elected me to this place in response to the promise and commitment of a new progressive Liberal Party government to build, restore, and uplift our people in this new order. The Rehabilitation of Offenders Amendment Bill 2022 and the Rehabilitation of Offenders Expunging of Records Offences Order 2022 is another tangible promise delivered, and if I may say so, a wrong made right. Today's bill being introduced is here to address the hundreds of Bahamians, or rather thousands, who were prosecuted and now have criminal records due to the COVID-19 violations, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, you would recall that when the former Minister of National Security, during his budget debate 2021-2022 in the House of Assembly on Wednesday, the 9th of June, 2021, he would have presented some statistics, startling statistics, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In his presentation at page 32, and it's reported in the National Guardian and in the Tribune, Mr. Deputy Speaker, he'd have said that there were in excess of 2,000 persons who were cited for violations. In excess of 2,000. So we're dealing with an excess of 2,000 convictions. And in addition to that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, he said that over $1 million in fines in breach of emergency orders. This is what we're dealing with. Now, what, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in my view, is a bit egregious about this is the words when the Honorable Minister was tabling and making these startling facts. He described this as pioneering and trailblazing. I'm going to table these, Mr. Deputy Speaker, so that the side can see. Pioneering and trailblazing. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're going to put it in proper context. You would recall that this is a time when Bahamians everywhere, because of something that visited our country, many of us found ourselves without jobs. We lost our homes. We had to pull our children out of private school and certainly out of university. And we had to live, we had to move back, as a matter of fact, to our homestead in Carmichael, and of course, of dealing with grief. And so, but here it is. The Honorable Minister of National Security is calling this pioneering. The former. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, today's bill being introduced addresses the hundreds of Bahamians who were prosecuted and now have criminal records. In considering this bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must firstly consider the fairness of the regime, the prosecutions, and enforcement. We must also consider the appropriateness of the response by the government to these challenges. And finally, we must consider the impact the permanent record that these convictions had on the individual's welfare, in particular, the ability to travel, as well as obtain employment. And Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I listened attentively as members opposite made a contribution. One of the members opposite indicated that persons who were convicted have a right to appeal. Now, when you're talking about appeal, as an attorney, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the attorneys know you're talking money, plenty money. So don't forget now, you're dealing with persons who are poor, who have lost their jobs, who have lost their homes, who've had to pull their children out of university. Where were they going to find the money to file or lodge an appeal? Mr. Deputy Speaker, members opposite also said that Parliament is not the courtroom. But I want us to pay very, very close attention to this. Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the competent authority went far beyond being just the courtroom. He was the judge, the jury, and the executioner. I'm going to come to that in a moment. But before I get into the current amendment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is important for me to outline for the House the current legislative framework for rehabilitation and its history. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me emphasize once again, we all can do a lot of talking in here, but it really goes down to action, what is done. The Rehabilitation of Offenders Act was first passed by the Progressive Liberal Party under the able leadership of the late Sir Lyndon Oscar Pinlin in 1991. The act introduced the mechanism for persons convicted of crimes to have certain convictions expunged after the passage of time. Then, as now, there were and are some who do not see the need for allowing convicted persons who have not reoffended for a certain period of time to be able to move from the stigma of a criminal record for their lives. And I listened very attentively to the honorable member for St. Anne's. When a man has committed a breach and has served his time, I would submit, we say in our preamble that we are a Christian nation, then we must not only say it, but we must also live by it. Christ-like. We must be Christ-like, Christ-like. Thankfully, notwithstanding such criticisms, the Progressive Liberal Party forged ahead and passed the act in 1991. Mr. Deputy Speaker, while there are diverging views, I believe it is widely accepted that in the over 3 decades since its passage, thousands of Bahamians who had long repaid their debt to society, but whose life choices were permanently restricted because of previous convictions, were able to move on with their lives. There are grandfathers, grandmothers, aunts, uncles, mothers, and fathers who made mistakes in their past, who through this legislation was given a second chance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, whilst the 1991 Act was revolutionary, there was a need to go even further. Again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it was in 2015, some 24 years later, that the Progressive Liberal Party forged further ahead and amended the 1991 Act. Admittedly, and I'm particularly proud of the 2015 amendment to the Act, as it was one of the major legislative reforms introduced by the late Dr. Bernard J. Nottage, then Minister responsible for national security. I had the honor of serving as his state minister. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Dr. Nottage was my political mentor, and he saw the introduction of the 2015 revisions as being essential to address the specific challenges concerning young and first-time offenders. Dr. Nottage, former Prime Minister Christie, and his cabinet believed that it was of the highest importance that the government find a way to disrupt the horrific cycle of young persons committing minor offenses, then being disqualified from full integration into society, ended up becoming serious offenders. The amendments were designed to do just that. create a pathway for young and first-time offenders to rehabilitate before being pressured into more serious criminality. Mr. Deputy Speaker, during the last election campaign, as I drove around the island, I smiled whenever I saw the various Free National Movement billboards encouraging their constituents to apply for their convictions to be expunged by the Rehabilitation of Offenders Committee. I had to smile, as whenever I saw those billboards, I thought of Dr. Nottage. I thought of our work in the Ministry of National Security and the implementation of the promise we made to the Bahamian people in 2012 to, one, reduce the timelines for all eligible convictions to be expunged from 7 years and 14 years to 5 years and 10 years respectively, which the PLP achieved. And secondly, provide for an expedited process for conviction of first-time and young offenders to be expunged after 2 years, which we also achieved. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the billboards did not acknowledge that, of course, but I suppose that is how the political system operates. At times like these, we must remember those persons such as Dr. Nottage, whose work have created the framework for progress. Progress, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I wish Dr. Nottage was able to see more of the fruits of his works, as hundreds of young persons, particularly young men, have used the mechanism established by the Progressive Liberal Party to restore their lives. I pray that the soul of Dr. Nottage rests in peace. It is also noteworthy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, from a historical note, that while the other side may talk about rehabilitation, while they may have used the amendments introduced by the Progressive Liberal Party for their political benefit, they did not introduce this act, nor did they make any reforms therein.
The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
I know the House requires us to say what rule has been breached.
Yes.
We would not want the member for Carmichael to mislead. His statement was that this side used the committee or used the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act for our own political purposes. For the record, the committee was, and I would not want to sully the name of the distinguished gentleman who heads that committee and who I believe would not want his work and that committee's work to be sullied by stating that they were used for political purposes. I respect that gentleman. I respect the work that that committee is doing. And there has been no, as far as I am aware, no political influence with respect to the work that that committee has done. And I would ask that he withdraw that statement.
Thank you, honourable member.
I'm not sure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if he heard what I'm saying, but I can read it again. But let me just say for the record that I served under the current chairman, Mr. Paul Farquharson. And so, yes, I mean, I ain't trying to study nothing. And so he helped in my development, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But facts are facts. Okay? All of what is factual, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is this, that it was the Progressive Liberal Party that, first of all, introduced the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. Secondly, it was the Progressive Liberal Party that made the amendments to it. And as a matter of fact, since you want to speak about Mr. Paul Farquharson, I can say that he was the choice of Dr. Nottage. We met with him. So I don't need to make it political, or I'm not getting specific in terms of trying to sully nobody's name. The fact of the matter is that it was the Progressive Liberal Party. Now, let's get to the crux of it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I want the other side to pay very, very close attention to what I'm about to say, because what happened, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in this honorable House ought never to happen in our history again. On the 20th of March, 2020, the government of the Bahamas declared a state of emergency, the first in Bahamian history. This state of emergency was declared as a consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic sweeping the world. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are not here today to discuss the response of the former administration to the pandemic and the many, many issues that arose, the no-bid contracts, the tens of millions of dollars on sidewalks that went nowhere, the millions of dollars given to private health care and our food providers, or mirror, mirror on the wall. All of these matters must be discussed at some point, as there must be an accounting to the for the people's money and how they spent it. Today, our focus is on the hundreds, the thousands of Bahamians who now have criminal records for violating the emergency orders. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, you'd have seen, I have tabled the report and, of course, the presentation by the former Minister of National Security. Let me say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, from the outset, I am a firm believer in the rule of law and the principles of natural justice. Fundamental to this, in my view, is ensuring that there is clarity of the law. This simple issue is why, in my view, this bill must be passed. In establishing the emergency orders, the former administration took the peculiar decision of establishing a competent authority that vested all powers in the hands of a single individual. This individual could, with a stroke of a pen, or in accordance with the rules, a speech by the competent authority, change or create issues by him simply saying so. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, imagine that. What type of civilized society would assert that a prime minister's voice would create laws which would result in a person losing their freedom? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will cite one of the many regulations passed under the troubled times, namely Regulation 25 of the Emergency Powers, COVID-19 Management and Recovery Regulations 2021. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me just get the regulation for you. Regulation 2025. I want the entire Bahamian society, all members present and those opposite, to listen to what was actually drafted by our constitutionally appointed Attorney General in the former administration and passed by this honorable House. I saw why the minister, the powerful four on this, when they were in the opposition, why they were so fierce. It wasn't until I actually looked at this over and over again. Listen to the words. This is Public Order 25. Any order made pursuant to these rules may be published, A, by announcement on any television or wireless transmission by any media duly licensed to operate for transmission and reception in the Bahamas. B, by notice affixed to the outside of magistrate's court, police stations located in the Bahamas, and to the outside of every administrator's office on the family islands to which the order applies, and by notice on the official website of the government, except that as soon as practicable thereafter, the order shall be published in the Gazette. Now, this is the authority this is the power to the competent authority. And it goes further. Section 2. The means of authentication of the order published pursuant to Section 1 shall, A, in the case of media announcements under paragraph 1, the voice of the Prime Minister. The voice of the Prime Minister. Not the Cabinet. Not the Cabinet, not anybody, but goes further, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B, in the case of posted notices under Section 1 and C, the actual or electronic signature of the Prime Minister. And you remember you had two? Three. But listen to this. It says, notwithstanding the provisions of Section 31 and 32 of the Interpretation and General Causes Act, an order made under these regulations shall have effect. Listen to this, Ms. Angliston, shall have effect notwithstanding that the order has not been published in the Gazette or laid before the House of Assembly. I don't understand. I try to figure if we understand that as legislators. It is saying that the prime minister just have to open him out. He ain't got to bring nothing to parliament. He ain't got to lay nothing. Bigger than the Constitution. Because I say, let me turn to section. See, the Constitution is volume 1. And then volume 2 is the general clauses interpretation. But look at what section 32, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, says. All rules. Okay, I'm glad you say that. Since you want to detract me, let me tell you something. See, I don't only hold answerable and accountable on behalf of the people of Carmichael, the competent authority himself. I hold the entire previous cabinet accountable and answerable because under let me finish. Under Mr. Deputy Speaker, may I?
Members.
Under section 72 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Members.
It says under section 72 of the Constitution, it says, Article 72 says, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there shall be a cabinet for the Bahamas, which shall have the general direction and control of the government of the Bahamas, and shall be collectively responsible to the Parliament. There's collective responsibility in this. So no member of the former administration who sat in the cabinet can say it was him alone.
That's your job. That's your job.
But that's why I'm doing it. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this order that they did, right, cancels out the Constitution, and it goes further. It says, under Section 31 of the Interpretation and General Clauses Act, it says, all rules, regulations, and bylaws shall be laid before both houses of Parliament immediately after the publication in the Gazette. This order, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which was passed by the former administration, to this day, expel it, throw everything out the window. This is so. I mean, we understand what happened here. There's a powerful lesson to be learned. So when we speak today of this amendment to the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, it is not a simple amendment, and it cannot be taken lightly. It is so much more. It goes to the philosophy of the Progressive Liberal Party and our manifestation that we are here for the people and by the people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I've said to all of us as Bahamians, we must always look and think of the seriousness of what it is that we are doing and saying in this honorable place. Mr. Deputy Speaker, before we address the why, it is important for us to outline the laws created by the former administration and then ask the question, was their approach fair and reasonable in all of the circumstances? During the times of trouble, when we were governed by the emergency honors, as an attorney in private practice, I represented dozens of persons charged with violating the provisions of the order. As an attorney, I found the cases troubling. Generally, there were a number of themes which I noticed in the charges and the prosecution. One, there was a general confusion as to the law violated and charged, and as my colleagues spoke of earlier, young men were just pleading guilty just to avoid prison. Charge sheets would recite rules and orders which had been repealed or amended at the time of the charge. This was undoubtedly the result of the competent authority changing the laws regularly and without any notice. Persons were regularly charged under orders which had been repealed or amended. Prosecutors and magistrates tasked with hearing these cases struggled to determine what was the law at the time of the charge. Persons were anxious to be done with the court case and often made admissions to offenses to avoid further action by the government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to highly commend all of our magistrates who painstakingly had to decipher what was the law and what was not. They were fishing in the dark, but they did their best. Mr. Deputy Speaker, from what I saw, it was simply abusive and indefensible. Violations to the fundamental rights of citizens enshrined in a written constitution were being trampled in the name of a public emergency. No proportionality. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today's legislation is an effort by this government to seek to correct some of the wrong which was done to Bahamians by the competent authority in his use of emergency powers. I have no doubt that members opposite will try to rewrite history and omit the many, many policies which they implemented, which was simply wrong. The protracted use of these powers by the former administration to create criminal laws which were made at the will of one man was wrong, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It was unprecedented and it was unwarranted. That response, however, must only do what is absolutely necessary, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in times when it's necessary. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today, many of our citizens face challenges traveling and finding employment, as they are said to have violated these rules. These persons, Mr. Deputy Speaker, have minimal access. They were not able to make a call and secure an exemption as others did as they buried their dogs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these were not citizens who were permitted to keep the liquor stores open when others were ordered closed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, they had no access, no direct line or to an exemption. Mr. Deputy Speaker, many of these persons were self-employed and did not have the luxury of working remotely from home on full salaries during the lockdown. Some had no jobs, some had no homes. A caring and compassionate government would not have responded by creating laws that resulted in the arrest of the most vulnerable among us, getting water from the pump, to clean a bedridden relative, or selling coconuts to make ends meet. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in this country, justice has to be done and must also appear to be done. For reasons outlined, I am of the firm belief that what had transpired was wrong, and the recording of a criminal conviction under these circumstances is unreasonable, disproportionate penalty. I am proud of this New Day government. I am proud of our Prime Minister. I am proud of the Minister of National Security in bringing this bill. Mr. Honorable Deputy Speaker, for the reasons outlined, Carmichael supports this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Oh, boy.
So what? Mr. Deputy, before I start, allow me to thank you for giving me some form of relaxation by repairing my chair and now giving me proper armrests. These were missing for some time. As my strength increases, you'd note that I'm becoming very comfortable and now taking off my shoes so that I can relax during this next 30 minutes. First, I want to thank Kalani residents for giving me this opportunity to be here this evening and for several years and to participate in this debate today. Mr. Deputy, the collective security of the community is a major responsibility of the state. We need our order as the foundation of our society. And that order allows us to peacefully raise families, to do businesses, and to pursue our dreams in our Commonwealth. When the people elect a party to govern, they expect the party to fight to ensure there is order. It takes effort to prevent disorder from taking over. An administration must work hard to make sure the systems that keep our justice and policing structures functioning are healthy and remain vibrant. The now governing party paraded up and down the Bahamas during the last general election campaign, proclaiming they had all the answers to the problems facing our country. They sold the dream of a new day if the people elected them, and the people elected them on the 16th of September, 2021. They won the trust of the Bahamian people on that day. This is the first full year of the New Day administration led by the member for Cat Island. And when it comes to handling crime, this has been the worst start of any administration in modern Bahamian history. At the recently passed halfway mark to the year, the country was on pace for a murder record. This is how the member for Cat Island has begun his term leading our country. This is how the party that said it had all the answers is leading our country. Shootings and killings are commonplace on our most populated island. Gunmen settle their disputes openly. Innocent bystanders could get caught up in the crossfire. With no coherent crime plan anyone knows of, the Davis administration has stood by, dumbfounded on the sidelines, as violent crimes surge in New Providence. Bahamians had looked to the Prime Minister for leadership as the chaos worsens. And sadly, they've gotten none from the member for Cat Island. And many wonder if the job has become too much and burdensome for him. Maybe the Prime Minister is out of the country so much because the crisis after crisis facing our country bring too much stress. Mr. Deputy, I thought the governing party would be in here today with a compendium of bills to deal with crime due to challenges we face. I thought they would at least try to get a handle on the violence that is out of control here in New Providence. When the member for Freetown spoke during the budget debate, he said the major crime was up 18% in the country through the first 5 months of the year. This was fueled by a high spike in New Providence. Things have not gotten better, Mr. Deputy. When a party in power has no ideas on crime, as is the case with the New Day administration, Parliament only gets one-off bills before it that are not part of an overall strategy. The legislation we debate today is the Rehabilitation of Offenders Amendment Bill 2022. The bill seeks to treat rehabilitated persons convicted of certain offenses specified by the minister by order. Before the order becomes law, it must be approved by the affirmative resolution of each House of Parliament. The bill further provides that in respect of the convictions declared by the order, offenders will have those convictions treated as spent and have those convictions records expunged. The administration has foreshadowed that it will use this amendment to expunge the records of people convicted of minor offenses under the emergency orders. And of course, the powers under this proposed amendment could be used to expunge the records of various other people convicted of other offenses except for those serious offenses prohibited in the wider act. Mr. Deputy, I support expunging the records of those convicted of minor infractions of the law during the emergency orders. The emergency orders were temporary measures put in place during the worst crisis in our recent history. Many forget where we were when the pandemic began. The Bahamas has one of the worst health profiles in the world. We have an obesity crisis. There is high prevalence of chronic non-communicable diseases such as diabetes and hypertension. People with COVID-19 who have these chronic conditions are more likely to suffer from serious disease. There was no population immunity at the beginning of the pandemic. There were no vaccines. There were no treatments. Rules were put in place to limit the spread of the virus, to prevent sickness, and to prevent deaths. Clearing the records of those who committed minor infractions of the past rules is reasonable now that we are beyond those worst days. However, there were some more substantive breaches during that period. The administration should be careful to distinguish between the minor and the more substantive violations of the law. Mr. Deputy, it is to be determined how the administration uses the authority in this bill in the future. I have publicly stated many times that I support expunging the records of Bahamians convicted of minor possession of marijuana or personal use. The Davis administration has said it will liberalize our cannabis laws. Mr. Deputy, I want to say that, let me state that for the record, I would refer to quite a number of articles, documents, which I will adopt, and I will sign and table at the end. Clearing the records of people who have minor marijuana possession convictions helps these people move on with their lives. Our system can be too punitive for relatively minor matters. We should give second chances to people who make minor mistakes and move on with their lives as upstanding citizens. The Bahamians made a big mistake, but we'll move on. Our focus should be on swiftly and aggressively dealing with menaces to society. And that's where this administration is failing early in their term. Mr. Deputy, I was surprised to read recent comments by the Prime Minister on the state of our justice system. The member for Cat Island has become good at explaining the problems and saying what is wrong. I wonder if he realizes that he is the head of government who is expected to bring solutions to the problem. In a June 28th, 2022 Eyewitness News story headlined, quote, Davis, courts must pay more attention to those on bail. Judicial system on verge of collapse. The Prime Minister made the remarkable claim that our judicial system is on the verge of collapse. He said, I'm not one to take any glee in the fact that the person who may have been killed is known to the police or on bail. All lives are important to me. I'm still quoting Davis. And it's a multifaceted situation. It went on, the courts have to pay more attention to persons who are going to be out on bail. The courts have to take control of their trials so that people can have trials. It went on, the backlog of cases is just astronomical and is almost nearing the brink of collapse, in my view. That's his words. And so the courts have to step up and they need to hear these cases, end quote. Mr. Deputy, the Prime Minister is doing what he does best. He's talking about what he thinks others should do about the problem, but not doing anything useful himself to help solve it. He previously did this on the issue of crime when he was explaining what he thinks the United States should be doing to deal with the guns here in the Bahamas. In a May 31st, 2022 Eyewitness News story headlined, "Do More." Prime Minister calls on U.S. to intervene on American gun traffickers linked to the Bahamas. The Prime Minister was there again, explaining what he thinks others need to do to address the country's crime problem. He said, quote, "We have been really anxious about the fact that the U.S. government, well, let me put it this way. The U.S. having trafficked most of our guns that we criminals use in violent crimes here to specific shops in the United States and to manufacturers, and even being able to identify the persons who even bought those guns." Davis told reporters on the sidelines, that is the Prime Minister, on the 36th annual general meeting of the Association of the Caribbean Commissioners of Police. He said, "We are saying to the Americans, they need to do more. And whereas we don't want to get involved in the domestic issue about the right to bear arms, we are concerned that purchasers of guns are not just buying it to bear, but rather to export and to traffic." He continued, and they need to have an intervention that where the evidence appeared to them that a person is not just buying it in the exercise of their right to bear it, but rather buying it for the purpose of trafficking, that some legislative intervention has to be engaged to make those persons responsible and accountable for the arms they purchase, end quote. Mr. Deputy, the United States is our friend and our partner. It does a lot to assist us with law enforcement, but it is not the job of the United States to fix the Bahamian crime problem for a Prime Minister who does not know.
Mr. Deputy, on the point of order.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fort Charlotte.
The honorable member is totally mischaracterized the Prime Minister's intervention that he has just read. What the Prime Minister pointed out is that the Bahamian police force is doing an excellent job in tracking, apprehending, and getting the intelligence that the people who are sending the weapons to the Bahamas are not being prosecuted. What do you expect the Prime Minister to do? The Bahamian police is doing what they're supposed to do. I expect that my Prime Minister would not be afraid to speak to our friends. That is what a Bahamian prime minister is supposed to do. Because the police here identifies, get the intelligence. The intelligence are given to the United States, and I've sat in meetings with the prime minister, with representatives from the State Department, and the prime minister is representing to them that we want to see our friends prosecute the people who are sending and facilitating the shipment of weapons that are killing my people. Yes. That's what a Bahamian prime minister is supposed to do.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Ms. Deputy. Ms. Deputy, I have no doubt that the police is doing an excellent job. The police is doing an excellent job. I have no doubt. But the people hired the Prime Minister and the present government to deal with crime. However he wants to interpret it, that's fine with him.
You are misinterpreting it.
The member for Cat Island needs to start taking responsibility for his failures as a leader. He needs to stop explaining what the judiciary must do or what foreign countries must do. The member for Cat Island needs to say what he will do to get this problem under control. He needs to find a coherent plan that will help reduce crime. If it is that the judiciary needs assistance from Parliament in order to carry out its independent mandate, then the administration should properly consult the Chief Justice and come to Parliament to get approval to swiftly provide all that the judiciary requires. If the Prime Minister does not know what to do, he should then admit that to the Bahamian people, that he has no ideas on crime. The people would then know that before them stands a leader incapable of carrying out the responsibilities of the office he holds.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fort Charlotte.
Mr. Deputy, the honorable member must be fully aware, this honorable member of Kalani, that we have an independent judiciary in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
But they say what they need. We accept that.
And in fact, Mr. Deputy, the backlog is, in every democratic society, it's not unusual for issues which affect backlog, for example, for there to be commentary. But that's not interfering because the judiciary is independent. Every judge is secured with security of tenure. The Prime Minister is not going to go or seek to go into the judiciary to clear the backlog. An observation is made, and in democratic societies, those observations are made privately and they're made publicly. But to impute that the Prime Minister making an observation amounts to an interference with the judiciary, I think the honorable member would want to withdraw that imputation. Thank you. Oh, okay, thank you.
I never said interference. What I said, you know exactly what I said. Mr. Deputy, allow me to continue. Allow. No, you all the time.
Prime Minister should be interfering.
When you finish,
that's...
Okay. Thank you.
I never said such thing.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Deputy, when we last met, you can hear about interference. The member for Cat Island challenged my assertion that there was an official police investigation into the member for Elizabeth over allegations that she assaulted a police officer. I was shocked that he challenged this because the media repeatedly reported on the matter over the past few months. Due to the Prime Minister's remarkable intervention, I am now calling. Allow me to finish. Allow me.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fort Charlotte.
Again, Mr. Deputy, this honorable member, first of all, Mr. Deputy, I see all kinds of things on social media. But when I come here, I am guided by the rules of the House. And I do not seek to use my privilege to put scandalous, unfounded allegations that may traffic on social media in this honorable House, especially if it's improper imputation on a member. And therefore, this issue has been raised, it's been commented upon, and I understand that if there is any, I mean, come on, it is improper.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I don't refer to social media. I don't. I said, Mr. Deputy, that everything I say here, at the end, I will table the document. I will table this document. I will table this document. Police Commissioner investigates alleged carnival altercation. And I will table many other documents. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. Due to the Prime Minister's remarkable intervention, I am now calling for the new Commissioner Clayton Fernanda to provide the public with a written update on the investigation into the member for Elizabeth. The Prime Minister has caused mass confusion on this matter. There is a TV news interview, where former Commissioner Paul Roll told the entire media world that he had an Assistant Commissioner of Police investigating the matter. The interview is posted on the R News Facebook page from May 31st, 2022. Former Commissioner Roll said, I quote, "I have one of the assistant commissioners conducting an investigation to find out exactly what happened," end quote. Then, in a June 30th, 2022 story published by Eyewitness News headlined, "Cop, Commissioner of Police, Cop, Colby Davis investigation referred to Royal Bahamas Police Force Complaints Branch." Former Commissioner Roll said the Police Complaints Branch was investigating the matter. An explosive story was published by Eyewitness News regarding this investigation on Tuesday, July 12th, 2022. I will not raise the substance of that story in this place. But Mr. Deputy, the public needs clarity on this. Commissioner Fernanda, my apology. Commissioner Fernanda needs to put in writing what is the status of this investigation so that we all have the same set of facts. We do not need the Prime Minister confusing the situation. It is important, Mr. Deputy, that Commissioner Fernanda gives this update in the soonest possible time now that the Prime Minister has said what he said. Mr. Deputy, I say again, as I've said before, I call on the Prime Minister to invite the member for Elizabeth while the matter is being investigated to resign or step down from the post of transport while investigating. The investigation is proceeding in transport, not housing. Mr. Deputy, a similar situation occurred in 2015. When in May 2015,
the chair recognized the honorable member for Freetown.
Mr. Speaker, the Royal Bahamas Police Force Road Traffic Division is not in the Ministry of Transport. It's in the Royal Bahamas Police Force that isn't even subject to the direction of the Minister of National Security. It's subject to the constitutionally guaranteed independent direction of the Commissioner of Police. There's absolutely nothing related to transport in the matter. There's absolutely no road traffic dimension. There's no transport dimension.
There's no conflict there at all.
No conflict.
Mr. Deputy, we're referring to road traffic. A similar situation, Mr. Deputy, occurred in 2015 when a minister was being investigated for a particular matter. The Prime Minister was then deputy at that time, and the minister was requested. Well, the minister had offered to step down while the investigation continued, and he continued with the other component of his ministry. When Christie, the Prime Minister at that time, was asked why did he ask the minister to step down during an investigation, Prime Minister Christie said, and I quote at that time, because, I quote, it's the right thing to do. Mr. Deputy, if it was the right thing in 2015, why is it not the right thing in 2022?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
It is, the point of order is that that's a misleading statement. The previous matter the member for Kalani referred to was supposedly an interaction between the minister responsible for local government and a local government administrator who would be involved in the investigation of the event. From what Kalani has said, this police corporal isn't under the direction of the Ministry of Transport at all. He is under the direction of the Commissioner of Police. The Minister of Transport has no ability to direct a police corporal, even a police constable, to do anything at all. Nor do I. I can't direct a police officer to do a thing.
You confused.
I'm glad he said that. Mr. Deputy, the Prime Minister had questioned during last debate, him being a lawyer and me being a doctor. I want to remind the Prime Minister that many legal matters are resolved and decisions are made in court by evidence produced by physicians and by their records. The records are always present. It's only a matter of subpoena the physician and the records. And the records would speak for itself. Mr. Deputy, I am concerned an active investigation is going on. The Minister of National Security, when interviewed yesterday, said that the police had shown him unreleased footage and witness statements and report. And the minister said, these report supports the minister, not the police. Now, Mr. Deputy, I would have thought that there's a commissioner of police, the police performing an investigation, he would respond to the commissioner. The minister is a policymaker. That is direct interference in an investigation by a minister. The individuals.
Yeah, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Unless the member for Kalani has any evidence that this member has interfered with any police officer doing a duty, he ought to withdraw that. If he were to watch, because it's a video so he doesn't have to depend on a journalist's interpretation of it. He would see that I said that I'm briefed on that as I am briefed on violent crimes by the police, and that I do not get involved in investigations. They tell me what occurs with a minister of government so that I may brief the prime minister. You really should handle people's name and reputation a bit better than that, Kalani, because we were very nice to you today.
Mr. Deputy, it's on record where the minister himself said that the police had shown him unreleased footage and witness statements. And from what he said, these reports support the minister, meaning the minister who was involved in the event, and not the police. Mr. Deputy,
Yes, the chair recognized the honorable member for Freetown.
Either. We've been hearing all day what people's opinions are, and everybody has an opinion. I may think I'm the prettiest man on the earth. That does not make it so. The bottom line to it is if he is to represent, he should be accurate. The response is that there were police officers on the scene, and the videos are consistent with what they say as well. And so he really ought to be honest if he's going to make representations.
Thank you, member.
Mr. Deputy, this is published all over Eyewitness News yesterday, 12/7/22, and I stand by those words. Mr. Deputy, one has to ask the question, with the minister receiving such information, is he prejudicing the investigation? And can it be interpreted as a form of interference or even intimidation, since those individuals are employed indirectly to the minister, and yet the minister himself is receiving information before the final investigation is completed? Every Bahamian would know that that can be interpreted as interfering. And one has to ask the question, is he now the commissioner of police? Is he the judiciary? He has already put out to public, that the evidence that he's seen favors the minister. He has already distorted the minds of the public and has prejudiced the case. He has prejudiced the case. He is not the commissioner of police. If he was appointed as commissioner of police, I have not yet been told, and maybe he'd inform us. Mr. Deputy, I also hope and pray that this new administration starts to take more seriously the crime crisis in New Providence. With more focus and discipline and less partying and traveling, more could be done to bring order to our island. Mr. Deputy, I thank you for those short words, and I would table the various documents as I have promised.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fort Charlotte.
Mr. Deputy, the honorable members again made this very snide, improper imputation of travel and party. And the affairs of state are too serious, especially given the challenges with climate change, as well as the other challenges that we have faced, trying to move, restore the communities devastated, and reignite the economic growth. For this honorable member to trivialize, Mr. Deputy, to trivialize, to make fun of the work that is being done outside of the Bahamas on behalf of the Bahamas is unbecoming. The honorable member said that the Bahamian people made a mistake. You know, we subscribe to the view. We subscribe to the view in a democratic society that the will of the Bahamian electorate decides the contest. There's no reason to go and be sniping at the Bahamian people and sniping at the Prime Minister because you believe that the people made a mistake. The work of governance involves travel, representation, and work inside the Bahamas as well as outside the Bahamas. So this honorable member who has had the privilege to serve as Prime Minister may wish to do the honorable thing so that the Bahamian people will know that we are all honorable people and that Kalani understands the nature of the obligation to act honorably by drawing that statement of travel and party.
Thank you, honorable member. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angliston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Order that the documents be brought up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Just for clarity, Eyewitness News report. National Security Minister Wayne Monroe says police have shown him witness statements and unreleased video footage that support Ministers of Transport and Housing Joe Beth Colby Davis. No. Huh? He said the footage will not be publicly released. His comments came yesterday after Eyewitness News published the police statement.
Member, are you tabling?
I will have that copied, and that will be tabled. I was just reading it because it'll be copied and tabled.
Thank you, honorable member.
What's today's date?
13.
You are.
Chief Keith is different, you know, the same quality of presentation you concerned about. The gloves were off on one side, the gloves was off on the other. See, no pagin po. This is the debate of the speaker. This was the policy. Also, maybe we can see what the man finds.
I forward that other thing to you to copy.
Oops. The member for Carmichael, are you on the table?
Well, there's an article in the Guardian, COVID enforcement, over $1 million. The budget communication by the former Honorable Minister of National Security. A second article from the Tribune, and of course, my contribution to the rehabilitation.
Order that the documents do lie on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Order that the documents be brought up.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Probably been sitting there for a while.
Order that the documents do lie on the table. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angliston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I am very privileged to once again stand in this honorable house on behalf of the incredible people of Angliston in all of the varying communities that make up the composite of that constituency. And you know, Mr. Deputy, many of the people in that community were harshly affected by the subject of this debate. If you listen to the member for Kalani in his most recent presentation, you might have been forgiven for missing what the whole purpose of this debate is about. The member spoke at length about a number of external factors, but not the issue at hand. And I do understand it because it puts on the table, in a very stark way, the performance of the former administration and the leadership of the member of Kalani during that very challenging time. No one disputes that we were facing a very serious pandemic, which people died. We all understood that. People lost loved ones. They paid high prices by being cloistered in their homes, not being able to work without income. So the Bain people understand the circumstances in which they were operating in. But what is being questioned here? It's not that. And so we don't want to muddy the water, Mr. Deputy, as the member for Kalani seemed to do, by introducing the bare fact of a pandemic. We understood that. We paid a price. What is that? What we are discussing is the leadership. Let us look, for example, and this one boggles my mind to this day. The member for Kalani woke up one morning and said, "You're locked down. You're locked down. You can't go to shop for water. You can't go to the pharmacy for medicine. You can't do anything. No notice, not even a minute notice. You shut down the nation. You shut down the nation." So we're talking about we're talking about the leadership of Kalani. And this legislation that we're dealing with now deals with the leadership of Kalani. Because hundreds and hundreds of people, young people, have criminal records. Mr. Deputy, does the member understand what we're talking about? We're talking about criminal records. When you go to CRO to get a police record, you ain't never had a record in all your life, and you go and get your police record, and you have a conviction that now affects you getting a job. And I met many young men. And not only did you have a conviction, people were saddled with huge fines. When they were not working, the member for Carmichael alluded to it, not working, facing huge fines. And you know, honestly, and I cannot make a causal connection, but the fear and the anxiety, and the member for Kalani talking about the police and all of that. I mean, my recollection is he went to a police station in the Grove, I believe it was, and told them, lock him up. When you catch him out there, it's a minute after. Lock him up. So don't talk about anyone in here. You don't remember that? No. Okay.
No, you were commissioner.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy, I cannot recall going to any police station to give such orders.
Recall now more.
Thank you, honorable member.
Yes, he doesn't recall. I recall very well that the member advised and urged the police that if they are a minute outside of the timeline, lock them up. Give them the criminal record. That's what the member did. You know, and we even had people, and I'm trying not to make a causal connection, but a lot of people got in serious accidents. Some died on this curfew thing because of the anxiety and the fear associated with the sanctions. So we understood the pandemic. We understood probably better than you, Ms. Kalani, Mr. Deputy, but probably better than Kalani, because Kalani probably was not restricted as the average person was.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I appreciate what the member said. The member said I went to a police station. That's the issue. If the member cannot produce the evidence that I went to a police station, then withdraw such statement.
I'm going to find it for the time being. I'm going to withdraw that, the police station. Was it Kale Beach? It was a Kale Beach station. I will find it because I remember this. The member for Kalani, who was the prime minister, who just talking about the member for Freetown, told the police, if a person is, you ain't got no discretion in this. If they're a minute outside of that time, lock them up. Lock them up. So the member doesn't need to come here. In fact, the member started talking about crime. But this member, Mr. Deputy, has the distinction of creating hundreds of criminals out of ordinary citizens. I don't think that there's no leader in the history of this nation who has that distinction. If you want to talk about crime, let's talk about that. The number of criminals or people with criminal records that were created under your watch. And I spoke before about this, Mr. Deputy. The member is continuously harping on crime, and he's making a number of public statements, even most recently, a couple of days ago, again in here, about crime. And I just want to say, and as I said before, the member has no credibility on that issue, Mr. Deputy. Under his watch, we had multiple murders. The rate fluctuates. It fluctuates. It goes down one year, it goes up another year. But you have high levels of murder under your watch. And you had some even, I don't know if you remember, I don't know if the member remembers, Mr. Deputy, where an aide to the Governor General sitting in a car outside a primary school was killed. We've had children doing their homework killed. And so the member, we had 5 men in the car one time. 5 men killed one time. So the member ought not to, Mr. Deputy, to come in here to talk about a complex, vexing issue that is hurting an entire nation with empty rhetoric when the credibility is not there. Even under a curfew, when this member presided, we had murders. When you couldn't come out your house, we had murders in broad daylight, and they just, adjustments were made to the killing. We have a serious issue of crime, and this petty sort of capitalization is not a winning strategy, because the Bahamian people know better. And I want to urge the member, to move on to another, I guess, more useful. I mean, it's up to you. The member can do whatever he wishes, but he has no credibility on that issue. He has no credibility. We have issues of violence in this country, and we must come to terms with it and see how we can come together and deal with it. But this member has no credibility on that issue. And frankly, when you look at the unequal treatment of citizens under the member of Kalani's watch, where people were allegedly given exceptional advantages or exceptions to the legislation or to the various emergency orders, and the average person, the one who went to to the pump, and others, working class Bahamians, got the full brunt and brute force of these regulations. Where on the other hand, we heard about the other, special treatments. All of these things create dysfunction in a society. So the member should query whether any of his acts may have contributed even further to the inequity and unequal situations in our country. The member also, and I really want to get to the legislation, but I just want to respond to him a little bit. He spoke about interference with the judiciary, but it was under his watch that there was a delay, Mr. Deputy, in appointing a Chief Justice. And the Bahamas Bar Association said about that? They said it was creating an existential constitutional crisis. And under this member's watch, not him personally, the Chief Justice at the time in June of 2021 said that criticisms of the court should be measured. He was referring to a minister of government under this, when the member was Prime Minister, should be measured and done in a way so as not to denigrate a judge or the process. So, the credibility is not there. And furthermore, and I think the member for Fort Charlotte dealt with the issue, but this issue of guns, we can have friends, but we don't lose our
sovereignty.
I was going to use another word. You have friends, but that don't mean you don't stand up and speak your mind about your interests on behalf of your people. What the member for Kalani just seemed to be advocating is an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment to the Bahamian people. We cooperate with the Americans because the drugs come through our country and go to theirs. So we understand, we share and understand their interests, and we cooperate in protecting that interest. So we don't have an interest, we don't count, we just a facilitator for somebody else. I think the Prime Minister should be commended for speaking frankly for the first time in a long, long time about the truth of what is happening in guns in this country. And speaking to our friends and saying, listen, because you are our friends, you should be concerned and cooperate with us, because it is our sons who are dying on the streets because of gunfire. And, you know, I don't want to get into even, you know, the political prosecutions. You know, we don't see, you're talking about, you say, you have, the member has no credibility on crime. He has no credibility on top of the judiciary. He has no credibility on any of these things, because his track record has been a constant stream of what's the word I want? Dysfunctional interactions and relationships.
The chair recognizes the member for Kalani.
I was trying to find the exact numbers, but if the member would recall, crime, I think murder when we came was about 115, and murder subsequently had decreased under the FNM. Crime had decreased under the FNM. It wasn't until after the FNM crime started to increase again, and the records would reflect that. I think murder was about 130, and subsequently 26% higher, and subsequently came down in 2021, I think, to about 78.
Thank you, honorable member.
What is my word? I hear the member for Kalani. The bottom line is, the member has no credibility on this issue. We're getting, Mr. Deputy, we're getting the photograph and the story of this member's tour of police stations when he gave that directive to the police. And I will find that, I will bring that forth. Anyway.
Bypass the commissioner.
Mr. Deputy, last night I had the privilege of sitting in the audience of the University of the Bahamas at their policy division of the Policy Institute, Public Policy Institute of UB, Government and Public Policy. And the Prime Minister at that time was speaking on the National Development Plan. And he made some interesting observations. And he spoke about education, etc. He said one of the most lethal weapons for oppression is the deprivation of education. And so education for the majority, and he's speaking about the UP administration, where that he said that it stopped after primary school. So there was a time in this country that Bahamians were not going beyond primary school, the masses. And he talks about healthcare not being universal, and nor was the right to vote. But he makes a very interesting observation. And I speak about this as the foundation of inequity in this country. Because what he says is that in the 1960s, corruptions and conflicts of interest among politicians were endemic. The public treasury was used as a bank for private interests. And the islands of the Bahamas were ruled by a kleptocracy, whereby land and other natural resources were granted to and exploited for the benefit of the ruling class. That initial parceling out of our natural resources means that those who benefited from it were given an enormous head start in terms of the ability to accumulate capital and wealth. And then he says, today we can easily see how that generational wealth has conferred economic security upon those families. This is what enabled the infrastructural interests and holdings they have accrued since. And the observation that he makes there Mr. Deputy, is that in understanding inequity in our country, we have to go to the historic root, the access to land, or why certain families are huge landowners and some ain't got none. This is deeply rooted in the evolution, political and economic evolution of our nation. And I know I've seen somewhere in one of the papers they described his parts of his speech as being divisive, but I can tell you, we have to be able at some point in our lives to speak honestly about the truth and the history of this nation. So this explains in a lot of ways.
You may continue,
Thank
Honorable
you,
Member.
Lindsay. This explains in a lot of ways the foundations of inequity in this country. And inequity is also one of the key feeders for crime and for criminal actions and activity. In 2015, the IMF looked at what they saw was causes of crime, and they talked about the fact that they don't have a livable wage, low incomes, reduced life, when poverty leads to reduced life expectancy, higher infant mortality, poor education attainment, lower social mobility, increased levels of violence and mental illness. So these are identified as root causes of crime, poverty being a major component of that. Because we understand that sometimes people do things, and sometimes the impetus for these things are rooted in other things, and in our country, these other things are even historical in terms of how we have inequity and the contradictions that we see. All of these things lead to a level of dysfunction and et cetera. I raise this point because I'm leading to this whole issue of the undergirding philosophy of the Rehabilitation of the Offenders Act, as was pointed out, was enacted in 1991 under the Pindling administration. And it locked into the viewpoint that if someone committed an error or a wrong, that they should not be scarred with that for the entire lives, and that there should be a moment of redemption that allows a human being to continue to progress forward. And then came the amendment in 2015, and today we are here dealing with this one. This particular amendment deals specifically with the emergency orders under the prior administration, which created hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people with criminal records. So we're dealing with that specifically, but it's broader so that it is able now to move from the prior, the 2015 legislation, which had reduction of 10 years, and what was it, 15, 10? No, the amendment. The amendment was 10, 7, 10, and 5. That this is now an even a greater liberalization and an appreciation that in the appropriate circumstances that you can move even more expeditiously to remove that impediment for a person to move forward in their lives. And I think this is what is the purpose of this legislation. Even if a minister exercises a discretion, a minister must exercise a discretion not in an ad hoc fashion, but based on circumstances that are prevalent at the time which impel his or her discretion in that matter. Further, it will come to this Parliament and it will be widely debated in a public debate in the nation, and then passed and then goes to the Senate. So there's nothing about this process that, in my view, that I think puts at risk some sort of arbitrary or bizarre outcome that would, first of all, be acceptable, or that would even be that's something that we would expect at all. So I think that argument really carries no weight. What this is seeking to do is to even further release or relieve the constrictions on individuals who have convictions in the appropriate circumstances. And the minister's discretion in law is governed by objective standards that are appreciated. This is not the prerogative of mercy, where you might argue it cannot be challenged or anything of that nature. We're talking about a discretion of a minister under legal principles. So there's no issue of that. I think this is good for two reasons. One is because we are finally bringing some sort of relief to individuals who have been burdened with criminal records. But secondly, it is a further step in an evolutionary journey on this issue that deals with people who have had criminal offenses or criminal convictions and who are able to move forward in their lives. It is a progressive ideology that believes that people, and they say, but for the grace of God go I. And there was a time children did some things and it never went far. You'd be admonished and that would be the end of it. But today, it's very, very likely a child could end up before the courts and with a criminal record. And so the fact that we are able to create a greater flexibility in addressing these issues when people in their behaviors and actions do things that could potentially hinder them for the rest of their lives, that there can be an intervention to allow that individual to redeem him or herself and to continue forward in their lives. And so, this is it, yes, sir?
This is the press release
Press
from the
release?
Office of the Prime Minister.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have some very good colleagues here. This is a press release. Prime Minister visits police station, and I can lay this for you. It says it's authorized by Bahamas Information Services, and the date is December 25th, 2020. My Lord, on Christmas Eve. On Christmas Eve. He wanted to, and you went to the police stations. This is, yes. Yes. No.
But look at what he said.
He also reminded the officers that the 10 p.m. curfew will remain throughout the holidays, but he said more than that. But you were at the station, and you told them to, why you reminded them what the law is?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Madam Speaker, especially if the member is talking about Cable Police Station, it is not unusual that every Christmas I visit the police station and wish them all a Merry Christmas. That is not unusual. Check the records, especially Cable Beach, which is in my constituency.
Thank you, honorable member. You may continue in English then.
Remember what they remember. No, if you did, say now. Don't cause me to go into that because I'll find it. I remember this very clearly, very clearly.
No, we have the video.
You're new, so you probably weren't paying attention. No problem. And you wasn't getting locked up like many, but that's all right. Very good. I'm proud of your mother for doing that. So, Mr. Deputy, we believe that this, and I think the case has been made very well, that this legislation goes a long way in beginning to repair a lot of the damage that was done by poor decision-making and weak management of a serious pandemic and creating disproportionate results as a result of by enacting and taking actions which were so harmful to the Bahamian people. On the issue of education, Yes, poor people. No. You mean the same thing? No. You talking about crime again? No. You don't have credibility on crime, man. Seriously. You don't. No. Madam, what's the point of order?
What's the point of order? What's the point of order?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Said I had no credibility on crime. I pointed out to the member that crime numbers are decreased. I did not have the numbers at that time, but I wanted to point out to the member that in 2017, murder was 122, 1891, 1995, 2073. Obviously a decrease. When we looked at armed robbery, again, decrease. When we looked again at offenses, decrease. So crime obviously was on a decline when we were there.
Thank you, honorable member. You may
Madam
continue,
Speaker,
Eggleston.
the member had, see, I don't want to get, the member has no credibility on this issue, Madam Speaker. Under the watch of the then Prime Minister, we had murder after 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 murder in this country. And if it was 90 instead of 110, if you get a comfort level of that, that's fine. I don't get a comfort level, but I know under your watch, 5 men were killed in one blow. 5 men in one time. Children were killed. One in my constituency putting on his uniform to go to school. So we don't, do not seek to come with some brownie point on this issue. Do not come with a brownie point. The statistics show sustained high levels of violence in this country. That's a fact. The statistics show that. And it went under 100 before, under a prior administration. Doesn't matter. We have sustained high levels of violence. You could feel good if it went down by 10 murders and you still had almost 100. That's fine. You could do that. But on the issue of inequity, and I think that under the pandemic, inequity was so aggravated in a way in which we have never seen in this country. We saw the inconsistencies. We saw the dual treatment. We saw the brute force on those who had less in this country. I mean, I don't even can imagine what the thinking was of people who, not working, who are working class Bahamians who go to the pump for water. That could, and it's selling a coconut. But whereas on the other end, you had people who were allegedly violating the rules, and there was no consequence. These under the watch of Kalani, inequity was deepened and aggravated, and in many ways, in many ways. But in the execution of the law, we saw it firsthand. But I want to deal with one other issue, because this is a major issue that we all have to put our minds to, Madam Speaker. And it is the issue of the children of this nation who have been in this pandemic. Yes. And there's a recent report, and I just want to share it. It was June of 2022. And this was done by the UNESCO, the World Bank. And this is what UNICEF, UNESCO, and the World Bank. And what they found is that 4 in 5 sixth graders in Latin America and the Caribbean are expected to lack basic reading comprehension proficiency. They go further and said, while the region was already in a learning crisis prior to the pandemic, this represents a substantial increase. This new and staggering estimate also suggests that 2 years of COVID-19 school closures in the region may have set learning outcomes back by more than a decade. And it goes further and says, Latin America and the Caribbean, which is us, faces an unprecedented education crisis which could compromise our country's future development. The fact that a large majority of sixth graders may not be able to understand what they read jeopardizes the future well-being of millions of children who have not developed critical foundational skills, which increases the risks to deepen the already long-standing inequities in the region. And it goes on and on. And they make a startling suggestion in here. They said the education crisis in Latin America and the Caribbean places the region in the second worst place globally. Only sub-Saharan Africa shows a higher rate of learning poverty, with around 9 out of 10 students at the end of primary education unable to read and understand a simple text. And I raise this on the issue of, as we speak about rehabilitation of offenders, that we have to be very cognizant of what is happening in this country. This is an education issue, but it is not simply an education issue. This is a time for all hands on deck to deal with this issue, because we have young children and older ones who have suffered learning deficit and who are going to be prejudiced in their ability to progress in their lives. That creates vulnerabilities for issues that we are now touching upon in this debate. It's very important that we be in front of this issue and that we create a very high state of sensitivity and proactivity. And we're doing some things in the ministry which we will be announcing very shortly, but we will be measuring learning loss, so we will have statistics on it, and we will create programs to accelerate learning. But in the meantime, some children have dropped out of school, other things are happening, there are mental health issues. We need parents to seriously step it up with their children where that's necessary, and we need the wider community and organizations to do their part in supporting children who have paid the highest price in this pandemic, particularly in the school closures. So I raise that point because it deals with the issue of inequity, because this will deepen inequity in this country that in a way in which we cannot even fathom. And if we believe inequity is the source of many dysfunction and social decline, then that will give you an indication of what we could be looking at potentially. And so this is something that we have to really, really get on our horses and really move forward with it to counteract the issues. So just in winding up now, I just want to say that the member for Kalani, I know that this is a difficult debate for the member, Madam Speaker, in terms of the decisions made. And you live or die with decisions. That's how it is in politics.
You're striking out now. Time no say no more.
But we believe that a human society, that in all human societies, there should be mechanisms for the redemption of all people. No person is a write-off. None. No person. And I not in my view anyway. And I believe that this legislation recognizes the fallibility of man, but also the ability of humans to redeem themselves and to go forward and to be hugely contributing members of society and in their own lives. And so we are very proud to support this legislation, and we invite our opposition members to join with us in this hugely humane intervention on the issue of individuals who make errors or mistakes in their lives. And this is in particular, this is very likely the less serious matters, but ones that are sufficiently serious that it would affect their ability to move forward in their lives. And so we support this and look forward to, as we move forward as a people, as a nation, to eradicate the inequities in this nation, to look at land reform, to look at education of our children, and to look at all of those factors that have not yet been able to strike at the root of the historical inequities in our country. We would wish to see a more fair, more just, more equitable society And we believe that this legislation lends itself towards moving us towards that, understanding that sometimes you commit wrongs in circumstances that are outside of your own reality, but you respond in a particular way. And this legislation puts front and center the issue of inequity and the issue of redemption. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for West Cranbrook.
Madam Speaker, just like to move that the House continues beyond the 7 o'clock hour.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. All those in favor shall remain seated. Those opposed shall stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will now proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would first like to say thanks to Almighty God for this opportunity to be here, to be in the land of the living. We've lost so many citizens through a variety of means, and I send condolences out, as we did to the family of Vernon Simonet, to Bahamian families across the length and breadth of the country who are grieving during this difficult time. I'd like to single out the family of Ruth Sophia Minnis, who passed, and to say to Leonie and the rest of the family that you are in our thoughts and prayers, and the family of Dana Knowles, to say to Kim and the rest of the family that we are thinking about you and praying for you, the family of Margaret Wallace Carla and the entire family, Denise Evans, who have two outstanding sons, but whose entire family, close-knit family, I want to say to Keith, Kevin, to all of you, we're thinking about you and praying for you. Madam Speaker, these debates are extremely important as we are here to discharge our responsibility to the rest of our citizens and to stand in the gap for them and lend our voice to the concerns that affect them. But I confess, Madam Speaker, that sometimes it is wearying, it is tiresome as we debate these issues because the level of tribalism is so incredibly unhealthy. Madam Speaker, one of the points raised in this debate, and it is something that has been echoed over and over in this place, and at times we have flashes that we're getting the point, that there are numerous problems bigger than the Progressive Liberal Party and the Free National Movement and independents that require a bipartisan, a multi-stakeholder approach to get a handle on it. We say this on one hand, and then we listen to narrow analysis that suggests, that state that one group has almost a monopoly on the correct philosophical underpinnings and actions and history of body of work that changes the Bahamian lives for the better. That's in part why I agreed with a line in the very editorial mentioned in the House today, that to paraphrase, that the Prime Minister had an opportunity to really appropriately apportion good works in the midst of his candid evaluation of successive administrations, but apportion contributions of all administrations if we are taking a truly historical and panoramic view of what has been contributed to the development of the country. There is no reasonable person that will believe that only one administration has had the correct philosophical underpinning and have had the only track record of truly trying to uplift any demographic in this country. Anyone putting forth that argument is being far less than candid. Both administrations share both responsibility for some things that have not worked and can boast of successes. Every single prime minister that has passed this way has made a contribution. And so, Madam Speaker, I wish to once again say that today is yet another example where the Free National Movement seeks to stand with the governing party that has brought an amendment that is very important to a number of our citizens. And we intend to offer an amendment, and we were heartened to hear from members opposite, in particular, the member for West End and Bimini and the member for Freetown, that there are no objections to what we are recommending to support what they have brought. And we are going to see in committee stage and through caucus how we might be able to add to what we believe is already an important step in the right direction. We do have concerns, however, Madam Speaker. As outlined before, Madam Speaker, the Rehabilitations of Offenders Amendment 2022, we believe addresses an important issue in our country. Far too many of our young men and women are facing impediments to their forward movement, upward mobility, and overall development. One of the contributing factors to that, Madam Speaker, is the perception held by many that our young people lack adequate skills to be fully integrated into the job market at a level that would be beneficial to them and by extension their extended family. Another of those impediments, and I don't intend to litigate all of those impediments, but one of the impediments is any unfortunate encounter they may have had with law enforcement and subsequently the judiciary. Madam Speaker, not in all cases the problems that our young people find themselves in has been a result of them unilaterally making bad decisions. I've heard today, as I've heard last year and the year before, of some young people finding themselves dealing with hard, harsh circumstances in their personal life where they made choices that law enforcement, constrained by the law that was in place, caused them to be arrested and subsequently prosecuted. There are many citizens who came to the rescue of persons who, during the COVID period, were affected, and we heard of some of them today, and I applaud all of them who intervened and in one way or another assisted many young people, and then some not so young, in terms of meeting the needs that the state did not have the ability to meet on their behalf, and they sought to meet on their own, and it landed them in problems. And so I want to salute all of those citizens who intervened and who helped, whether they were attorneys, whether they were private citizens who in some cases paid fines, where there were persons who provided resources because some of those families lacked the resources. Governments cannot and have never been all things to all people. That is why we need NGOs. That is why we need other stakeholders, faith-based organizations and others, good Samaritans who step in, good Bahamians who have stepped in. And so today, we talked about some of those persons and identified some in the gallery. There were also other persons who from our organization as well, who played a role and stepped in. Some members of TYA who held workshops for the same entrepreneurs, the coconut entrepreneurs and others, to assist them in the further development of their business. And we should also, Madam Speaker, not to attempt to balance a scale, because there are some things, Madam Speaker, that's very difficult to balance once they've happened. But what we should also do is highlight some of the initiatives that were put in place to help entrepreneurs who were disadvantaged during the COVID period, inclusive of providing assistance for their business development as well, Madam Speaker. And so let me say, Madam Speaker, that this move today is an important step in the right direction to expunge the records of those persons who, for minor offenses, as it relates to COVID infractions, that those convictions should not stand on their record. It disadvantages them. It disadvantages their family. It will not, this is a step in the right direction. It will not correct some of the trauma some of them experienced. And we pray for intervention, whether there are other professionals who need to address issues that they have, or for Almighty God to intervene on their behalf. Madam Speaker, we also believe that it is important that we also expunge the records of young Bahamians who have been caught with small quantities of marijuana for personal use, not with the intention to sell, that we should take this off their record as well, Madam Speaker. They are disadvantaged in too many different ways. And while we have improved over the years in terms of magistrates exercising wisdom, in terms of sentencing practices, while we have improved in terms of policymakers on all sides coming to terms with the fact that that we are overreaching in the level of penalties we are imposing, Madam Speaker, this gives us an opportunity to integrate in this law that particular provision so that both of these can in fact be birthed together. Madam Speaker, it was wonderful that the member for Freetown articulated what is the specific objective of this and has seen the wisdom, because both they and us agree that integrating, expunging the record of those with marijuana convictions, it serves the interests of thousands of young Bahamians at the same time. Madam Speaker, since the order clearly shows that there was a specific intent to target at one and now two sets or categories of offenses, COVID infractions, minor marijuana infractions, it only stands to reason that the bill itself, the amendment itself, should spell this out in the body of it. And so it could be anything, but the reality is we were very specific in the presentation by the minister and reflected in the order. And secondly, in the bill itself, what has happened is that the latitude is extremely wide. I believe the point made by the member for St. Anne's is very instructive. The fact that the member for St. Anne's posted it online, we saw the immediate reaction of the general public, and we're not talking about no. We're not talking about the misinterpretation. We are talking about the latitude given to a minister who is a part of, as in our case, in your case, a super cabinet. The view of this general public is that what we are doing is we are sending a minister to the Parliament with a set of recommendations, and that minister is empowered by a cabinet that does not truly reflect broad-based consultation with a small backbench. And there is a concern that ministers, by extension cabinets, can take any number. I believe there are another 200 plus categories of offenses that we are now saying, if we are not prepared to amend this bill that we have brought, what we're saying to this general public is that we wish to give to the minister, again, by extension, the cabinet, the permission, the authority to now come back to the House anytime they deem it necessary for a wide range of other offenses. If our objective, as all of the commentary from every member opposite has stated, it was designed to right what is perceived to be a wrong, which is to remove from the record young Bahamians who were convicted for simple matters, for sometimes unusual matters that affected their lives during the COVID period, and now to remove the record of those who had small quantities of marijuana. So if our specific objective is to remedy the hundreds, possibly thousands of Bahamians affected in those two categories, what is the harm in making the amendment specific to those two? Simply because we have not litigated the wide range of issues and all of the concerns that the public and many of us have. So, in other words, if we want to extend it to its logical conclusion, there are sexual offenses that do not rise to the level of those items outlined in Schedule 1, which this amendment does not affect. Are we saying to the hundreds, possibly thousands of Bahamians out there who are traumatized by they themselves or members of their families having been afflicted by these sexual offenses, that the minister, enforced by the cabinet, can come back because you enjoy in here a massive majority and pass through order in both houses what you perceive to be important to expunge the record of those persons who have been involved in these sexual offenses? Can it be, in the case, we heard other examples of persons who have been involved in home invasions without a weapon. It doesn't rise to the level of armed robbery, but nevertheless traumatize hundreds, possibly thousands of Bahamians. Could it involve someone who bumped a citizen or law enforcement 1 time, 2 times, 3 or 4 times, and again, that is a matter that is brought in an order to the House to be dealt with? I'm just saying the list can go on and on and on, but we need not do that. Today, we could settle a couple of things. We could settle the fact that we both agree that those young men and women, but young men in particular, who have on their record issues relative to COVID conviction for simple matters, who have on their record convictions relative to simple marijuana possession, we could solve that matter and solve that quickly. So we have put together an amendment that we believe can be helpful to the government, but more importantly, helpful to the people who are aggrieved, who are adversely affected. We are prepared to support this wholeheartedly, colleagues, and it is our hope that we've sought to bring amendments before, make recommendations. In the past, the government has not been receptive to them. We are pleased that the initial discussions seem to be yielding fruit, and we are prepared to work with you. The other thing is the bill itself, as mentioned by the member for St. Anne's, clearly created a degree of confusion. So here we have, I think in the House, we probably have about 16 attorneys, or at least 15, 13 on the government side. If members of your own caucus and some members of our caucus have some concerns about a simple but necessary amendment, can you now multiply that across tens of thousands of Bahamians who have a challenge with the initial part of the bill, not the expunging of records as it relates to COVID? That's clear. And by the way, we just got the order that spelled that out this morning. We just saw it this morning for the first time. So all along, we were looking at the other bill that makes no reference to the category of offenses. In fact, it clearly says it refers to all offenses. And I know this gives the government the ability to come back at different times and add different categories. All we are saying is that it's problematic, it is troublesome, it is really almost giving carte blanche to the government. We are saying, let's confine it to 2 categories in this first round. Let's then construct, every time you need to amend, you can come back and amend to add additional categories if you are so minded. But we believe to do that in one time is going to be problematic. It raises far more questions than I believe the government has provided answers up to this point. And so, again, we also believe that, and again, I'm not an attorney, but I'm advised that one of the things you seek to accomplish in bringing forth legislation is to give some degree of legal certainty to what it is you intend to do. And I listened to the case very carefully from the member from Freetown and the member for Anglican, both are brilliant Bahamians who laid out compelling cases, but in their compelling cases, neither of them went to the wide categories of potential offenses that they may be seeking to basically expunge the records for going forward. And so, again, colleagues, it is our hope that in the spirit that we have had the conversation, that we will proceed on the two fronts. Expunging the records for those with COVID convictions on those minor offenses, as well as those persons who have convictions for simple possession of marijuana. Let me also say this, that anything we can do to help our citizens, we ought to do. So to the extent through Small Business Development Authority, through Venture Capital Fund, through the Bahamas Development Bank, through BAIC, all of the relevant agencies, to the extent that we can help micro and small business operators who have been disadvantaged by COVID, or disadvantaged, period, because of where they are in the hierarchy of this country, we should do that to help them. I would say that the government ought to be very careful that in the course of us making the decision we intend to make on this, which I believe is absolute, which we believe is necessary, it is our hope that what we are not also doing is that this is not a pretext to a series of settlements where we don't clearly understand what the terms are for persons who have been disadvantaged. And I'm not seeking to be tongue. This is not being cute. I'm just saying one decision made often could be a pretext for another decision. I believe we ought to help those that have been disadvantaged, but there should not be a correlation here to say now, having addressed this issue, we fully accept that you have been so disadvantaged by the state that we now have a settlement, and then of course, because we have several of those right now, settlements for people who didn't even lose any income. They didn't lose a day pay. Were some of them embarrassed? Were some of them, their trajectory in their career changed? Yes, I would say so. So do they deserve something? Quite possibly. Do we deserve to know as members of the public what that amount is? Of course we should. It is absolutely amazing. It is absolutely amazing that public servants can get settlements and the government doesn't see it as an obligation to explain why we did it. Here are the facts of the case. And secondly, what is the amount? So if you give a brother Roll a settlement, right? Wonderful presentation. But if you give a brother Roll a settlement, and brother Roll is holding a sensitive position, the last thing you want is for somebody to speculate that based on the size of your settlement, something untoward has been hatched. Because ordinarily those kinds of inconveniences, because of a decision of the former administration, it attracts a certain amount. But all of a sudden, Brother Roll got hundreds of thousands or millions. That sends the wrong message, and men and women of integrity then have a cloud hanging over their head. The government can step in and make sure that we are transparent in what we do so that persons who have to execute sensitive jobs, who are otherwise men and women of integrity, that we don't cause members of the public to raise questions about them that don't make sense. And so, but so as not to go far afield, because we will come back and litigate those matters in detail. We are asking this administration to let us collaborate in the committee stage and beyond so that we are able to construct one bill that addresses these two issues. The other point that is important as well is the way in which we do things. It's important not to send the wrong message to members of the judiciary that we are, through acts of parliament, seeking to make determinations about any decisions that they would have made when they presided over matters armed with information to the best of their knowledge. And so we're not making an accusation here, but we're saying that in all of these considerations, we should be mindful as we vacate, as we consider vacating certain decisions of the court, that we don't send the wrong message. I believe by addressing simple convictions of those that have been cited in here, it is the just and right thing to do. And to add to that, those persons who are affected by simple marijuana possession. Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, I just want to address a couple of very important issues that have been raised. This issue of creating a narrative in this country that the vulnerable, the struggling Bahamian, that they are where they are because, and I want to be very clear, what I have heard is because of policies and decisions of the Free National Movement over time. We seem... You did. So what we have heard, I'll give the two examples. Madam Speaker, it is extremely important for us to be careful in the narrative that we put out there. We've heard stated by senior public servants as well as members of the governing side who make the point that the alarming crime rate that we have is a result of the Free National Movement having stopped or eliminated programs that have been put in place. Let me give the examples. One of the contention, just be patient. One of the contentions that have been made is that we have gutted our urban renewal, which we have said is untrue. We've asked that the report for urban renewal be brought here and put on the table, and it will refute any accusation that programs have been gutted. We've also heard that the rising level of homicides or violent crimes in general, homicide in particular, was a direct result of not purchasing sufficient police cars, of moving officers. Do I believe that had an impact? I certainly do. I certainly do. However, we ought to be careful how we try to characterize this challenging state that we find our country in, and then attribute it to a decision made in 2018, 2019, as if we have not been able to find our legs underneath us, as if we don't have talent throughout the rank and file of the Royal Bahamas Police Force in order to address the issues. Now, these are statements I heard directly in this place, speeches at podiums that had certain decisions not been made, we would have been in a better state. And all I'm saying, it is an unhelpful argument to put forward. We have a challenge, as a member from Angleton said. We have a challenge that both administrations are facing and have faced, and we should not seek to give the impression that one side, by some great omission, is by and large responsible for the state that we're in. And so I warn against that. And it was unfortunate to hear that even when there are additional murders, for people to be saying things like, we're headed in the right direction, we're getting it right, the system is working, give it time. We should not do that to this public. We should admit, we are in crisis. No, we are in crisis. We are in crisis, and then we should behave as if we're in crisis and govern with a sense of urgency. And so we are prepared to collaborate with the government in that regard, but we can't stand idly by. Listen, you either gonna come with us or you can be left behind. The bottom line is we are prepared. We are prepared. We are prepared to collaborate, but we are not prepared to hear that the reason we are where we are is because one program or another has been reconfigured, because that cannot be true. The public is not going to buy that argument. That does not meet the credibility test. Right now, we are prepared to support the efforts that make sense to us. This is an opportunity today for us to make sense together on this particular bill. As it relates to crime, you have a lot of work to do. You have an obligation to share the vision with the public, to bring all the stakeholders on side, to direct the traffic in terms of here is what we are about. This discussion of National Development Plan, here's what the truth is. While that is not a matter, to the best of my knowledge, where I sat, that was discussed over and over, what is true is that when the Policy and Planning Division at UB sought to study the National Development Plan to determine whether or not it was still relevant for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, IDB sought to fund it and made funds available, $200,000 or so, I believe. And the Free National Movement Administration agreed, signed off on the funds in order to execute the studies so that we can continue no, the point is, it was done. So when we talk in these absolutes that nothing was done, it is not true. Go and check the record. And so you now have an opportunity to take control of the study that was conducted and join with us and others to go to the next level in terms of developing our country. We are committed to that common cause. And so I close with this note. I listened to your intervention on the subject. Now, you know, there are matters we don't weigh in on all these issues, but we listened to your intervention and the member for Fort Charlotte concerning the investigation of our colleague. We wish no ill will on others. We don't gloat as we've seen many of you gloat as one of our members has been hauled before the court. I sat here and I listened to the comments and I watched the expression. But here's what the difficulty is we and members of the public have. You have multiple ministers now, inclusive of the Prime Minister, on your feet, commenting on a matter where there are facts now in the public domain that appear to contradict what your opinion is on the matter related to Elizabeth. And I'm just saying, your credibility as the member for Freetown and as a Minister of National Security is so important in terms of our fighting crime. The words of our Prime Minister is so important as in terms of casting vision for the overall development of the country that we ought to pause and be careful of the kinds of things that we say in light of information that you must have access to. And so I'm going to pause here because I want us to stay focused on this, but that is a matter that has to be litigated, and it is important that the credibility of the Minister of National Security and the Prime Minister, that it is unimpeachable so that we are able to tackle the myriad of problems that presently face the Bahamas. And when our national leadership loses credibility, it damages any potential initiative that you intend to drive through on behalf of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And we can't afford for that to happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Marco City, I love you. We'll see you in office hours this week. God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmini?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
There is a very old saying that it takes two hands to clap. And the most amazing thing that I witness when I listen in this place is somebody saying that we should not examine any past conduct and attribute criminal behavior to it, but then the same side attribute criminal behavior to something that is seen or not seen. Before Kalani leaves the place completely, we've actually found where he told the police to lock people up. The video, surprisingly, was on his Facebook page. And it is of his visit to the airport police station on the 24th of December, 2020. That was indeed Christmas Eve. When he told the police, he reminded them that curfew is still 10 o'clock, the only exception being watch night services. And if people were found on the street 1 minute past 10, they can lock them up. Not give them a citation, but lock them up.
Can you give me a moment, please?
Yeah.
Madam Speaker,
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Eggleston.
But I would wish that to be reinstated to the record as the member has, because I know I heard it. So I would like the record to reflect that I withdraw my withdrawal.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member.
And
Freetown, you may continue.
The most amazing aspect of this is the member was so adamant that it wasn't said, but it can be found. The Bahamian public can go on the Facebook page, and let me get it exactly correct how the Facebook page is. The Facebook page is Dr. the Honorable Hubert A. Minnis, where the profile picture is him smiling in front of some law statutes next to a Bahamian flag. And the other photo, curiously, is a photo left to right of the member for Long Island, the member for St. Barnabas, the member for Marco City, the member for Central Grand Bahama, the Prime Minister,
Smiling.
the member for East Grand Bahama, and the member for St. Anne's.
You right there.
This is on it. No, this is the picture on the Facebook page. No, I'm not. No. To be very clear, we are not saying that any of those persons were at airport police station. Yeah.
They don't clear the record.
That any of you were at the airport police station, but that the honorable then competent authority has on his Facebook page the video with him telling officers they out 10 minutes past 1 and they're into watch night service, you can lock them up.
Wow.
Unlike Carmichael, I take a different position. I take the position that the competent authority abrogated to himself all power. That there was no issue of collective responsibility as Fort Charlotte raised, and so I don't hold anyone other than Kalani, who was sneaked off again, responsible.
You don't sound relieved. You look relieved over there. You look kind of relieved over there.
Put your mask on.
Central Center, you look relieved over there. Let's have an amen.
You know, Madam Speaker,
You've been quiet now.
I think that we may eventually get to the point where we begin to understand that, yes, the police do brief me. When there are armed robberies, they brief me. They send me reports of what happened, ages of people, and unfortunately for me, when there are murders, they seem to send me the photos as well so that I can be advised and informed, I suppose, so that when they come to ask for resources, I can understand the basis upon which they ask for them. And so it is troubling to me. I got a briefing just now. 4 young men robbed Hardings with a gun. None of them is 20 years old yet. And so we have these things happening, and it is very simple. People keep talking as if this is rocket science. Criminals don't appear out of thin air. They're produced by society. This National Development Plan that was instigated under the PLP, Marco City is correct, was reviewed under the FNM and still found to be irrelevant, provides us with a non-partisan address to crime. And the public gets it. I was able to go to the female prison, and Lady Clara Lady Smith, the wife of the Governor General, without us telling her she has to open a library to help female inmates, decided on her own that she's a responsible citizen. It's the Christian thing to do. It would help them. She has opened at the female section of BDOCS a library professionally done with a resource center because she gets it. The principal of Sybil Strawn, I am told, Lieutenant Commander Delvon Duncombe, the Assistant Training Officer of the Royal Department's Defense Force, who is pivotal with Rangers and all of these programs. The principal called him in to say, we noticed these young boys getting off track. Could you make sure when they're transitioning from primary school to high school that they get some summer intervention? And he is developing a program that will hopefully go nationwide and he writes a book. He's a talented young officer. He's the pastor of a church. And he is very good at this. He writes a book about his journey in life. And in the discussion, it is quite clear that life is a journey. Some of us get on the wrong road. It is the job of society to try to put road markers there to keep us on the right road. But if people veer on the wrong side, the earlier you catch them, the better. This ain't rocket science. Your grandparents used to say, you bend the tree while it's young. Why do we think suddenly that this is rocket science? It's not. And so he is looking at, if we track these young men and women, if they are diverting from primary school before they go in junior high, we can track who we put back on track. We track them through junior high. If they're still not quite there by senior high, we can ramp up the intervention that is necessary.
This is the same gentleman from the Maritime Board.
I'm not sure.
Maritime Sector Council.
No, I don't think so. This is Lieutenant Commander Delvon Duncan.
The Rangers.
Yes, he does the Defense Force Rangers, and he participates in the shock treatment program with Dr. Carlos Reed. And so this concept that criminals appear out of thin air and suddenly in short periods of time things happen is really and truly delusional and dangerous. The concept that police officers do not make a difference in their morale and how you deal with them is also delusional and dangerous. And the taking the credit for the hard work of police officers is just downright dishonest. Assistant Commissioner Clayton Fernanda, Ken Strawn, Layman Delaveau was a part of the management team that reduced the crime that Kalani took credit for. And after that was done, what happened to them? They were sent on vacation for an exceedingly long period of time, sent to demeaning postings, not appropriate for an assistant commissioner of police. And so, as I have consistently said, and people are going to get tired of me saying it, I am not a policeman. We have very talented policemen in this country. They've been doing their jobs well across administration for years. It doesn't matter what Wayne Monroe says or does. Clayton Fernanda, in terms of a policing strategy, he knows what he has to do. What he requires me to do is to be persuaded that he needs the resources. And the system that we have, that Kalani doesn't seem to get, is that he produces a plan. He says, my plan requires, just to pluck a figure out there, $200 million. I might say to him, that we can't get that much. Here is what we can get. Fix your priorities. But he would have gone on record of what he needs to do what he has done. So yes, when there's an uptick in murder and they wish to do saturation patrols and they have to pull the verses from neighborhood watch, from stations in order to accomplish it, because the garage isn't turning out vehicles repaired in fast enough order, that orders having been made, that affects the capability of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, but they soldier on. They don't make excuses. The fact that they don't have a patrol car doesn't stop them finding the means to do it. They do the job, not the politician. And we need to come to grips with that. That is our constitutional order. I have said that I have all confidence that the previous commissioner, unmolested, may have done a markedly better job. This commissioner will not be molested, and I have great confidence that he will do what he has to do. As you know, Marco City, I'm getting a little literary in my time. And so let us move speedily to the point that we understand that this national development plan, instigated by one administration, reviewed and found still to be relevant by the other institution, the other administration, is the answer. Let us stop seeking to make our people believe that there's a silver bullet to the problem, excuse the imagery, that it will take time, that you will have a 15, 16, 17-year-old boy committed to shooting people 20 times, that will take time. When he is caught and put in the correctional institution, it will take time and effort to reprogram him out of that. And what is worse, when he is released, what do we do with him? He is still a target. Are we going to have to look at perhaps what we saw in Jamaica, them having to relocate to the country as they do in Jamaica? These are the things that we look at to address what we see are the trends in crime advised to us by the police. Yes, I'll yield for a question.
Chair recognizes the honorable member from Marco City.
Much. I made a comment earlier, and it wasn't meant to be cute when I said your words are extremely powerful. I mean, quite frankly, ministers' words carry weight. So I think one of the difficulties we grapple with, and we hear it a lot, and I'm sure you get feedback from members of the public, when ministers comment on different legal matters that are happening. Let's say there's a shooting that occurs, and it involves even law enforcement, and a minister weighs in on that subject. That becomes very jarring for the public, and public then begins to assign motive. Why did he or she weigh in on this particular case? Corrections is under your remit as well. We have persons who have sued government, have earned millions because they've been locked away for 5, 10 years, right? Nobody spoke in their matters. And so the public is now aware of multiple persons where there's been a miscarriage of justice and persons have been locked away, sometimes just awaiting cases. So the question is, how does a powerful minister, could be on either side, weigh in on this subject about what the facts of the matter may be? And then you have this host of struggling Black Bahamians, Black young Bahamians, who nobody is weighing in on their case except 1 or 2 civil rights lawyers that managed to get them out. So when it comes to words, I'm just saying, I think as those of us in authority have to be careful how we weigh in on one set of cases, and it's often the more powerful people, but these struggling people who don't have attorneys and there's somebody volunteers, nobody's speaking for them.
Well, Marco City, I would put it simply in this. I thought the remark was about crime. Having been engaged, as Sinans would tell you, in criminal defense work, I can tell you that what a politician says does not affect at all the shooters in this country, 1 iota. They are more concerned with the attitude of the police. And so that's the first issue there. And so when I say we have talented police officers who work hard, we just saw it at the People's Rush. You have a chief superintendent of police still in the trenches, armed with a firearm, but chooses not to use it and ends up stabbed because he has to save someone's life. We have committed police officers who we, the political directorate, the policymakers, we disrespect them when we try to suggest to the public that any success that the police has by the execution of their plan is on us. And so the bottom line is, we undertake to provide the police with what they need. I'm not going to be drawn on this issue of what you comment on, because you will find, Marco City, that one of my colleagues, a complaint was made that he seems to hang around and find everyone who's been in jail, because the thing is that when citizens get money, the state ends up paying cost. And the reason that when you settle a matter, you don't say how much you have paid is because you have a line of people behind you wanting to know how much did you give Mr. Rule? Because if you give Mr. Rule $10,000, you can't give me less than that. That is why the standard practice, and your legal advisors would no doubt tell you, is that I've never settled any matter with any private institution where there wasn't a confidentiality order. It is disingenuous to suggest that the Bahamas government, who is the entity most sued in the court, would disclose the level of settlements that we are entering into to provide fodder for people to say, when I negotiate with you now, I know that he got X, so you have to pay me X plus. It is not wise, it is not a sensible way to do business, and you may check on that. But back to, we have this bill.
The chair recognizes the honorable member from
Madam
City.
No, it's not a question, it's a statement actually. Madam Speaker, for public servants who are getting settlement from government, governments are obliged to share what they are giving to a public servant, particularly who is sitting in sensitive positions, so that the public can know. And I think this is wisdom, that the public can know there's nothing untoward that is going on here. We imagine this for a moment, and we don't have to because we have a factual case. You have persons in a sensitive position in charge of investigations that are high profile. During the exact period they're conducting the investigation, they are elevated in terms of their job, and they have a settlement based on past grievances that they have. It is important for the public to know that the figure they got is commensurate with the injury that they experienced, so that no one is left to speculate that if they got $1 million, they could say, that has never happened before in this or any similar jurisdiction. There must be something untoward. So you're protecting the individual as well who's receiving the settlement. So when you talk about wisdom, I'm saying wisdom is to try and settle in the fairest manner so that no one else who's going to come behind is going to be able to accuse you of doing something untoward or unreasonable.
I don't see how that was a point of order. My best information would be you really ought to check some legal folks who settle matters. And they may help you, they may disagree. But back to the issue at hand, which is this act. This amendment. This is not a debate about that. The agreement on the outcome should make this a simple process. At a high level, what you are saying, what the other side who say they agree is saying is, this gives too much power to a minister to come back with another order. You have a supermajority. You have a majority that you could even move for constitutional amendment. And so to do it like this just gives you too much power. That misses a very simple point that you don't really need to be a lawyer to understand. Just a simple follower of politics. The majority that empowers a minister to come with an order is the same majority that will permit a government to amend any act of parliament it wishes. So if one speaks about trafficking on the majority that we have, if it's done unlike this, and I'll get shortly to why it's done like this, we could you could amend this act 5 times on your logic, because you will have the majority every time you come to Parliament to add anything or take anything away. Your majority will not suddenly disappear. And so that is not a valid point to be made in this matter. The point is that unlike what happened in the emergency orders, where we were governed by the edict of one man, and Carmichael said it out just by him talking, as the minister responsible here, I can't designate anything unless both houses of Parliament positively say, we agree with you. And on that process, there will be debate, something that never happened with the actual making of these laws, these rules, the breach of which we're seeking to expunge. So to use the extreme examples or the examples given by Sinans, because they could be any offense. To come back and add any offense, this government would have to know that there would be a debate. And in that debate, you would make all of the points that you have to make. Why are you expunging house and home invasion? All of that would be made. And the government will be aware that all of that will be made in the public. So we won't be just saying it. The public will have full debate. And there'll be a political price to pay if you do, for want of a better word, nonsense.
So in your opening,
And so,
your second, you didn't litigate any other issues other than the COVID.
The bottom line to it, now we can move exactly to why this is phrased as this is. It's a resolution. No. You debate.
Members.
You try and go home. You try and go years ago when you
Members, there's a member on the floor.
The method, as Foxhill always says, one, you don't advise yourself. A lawyer who advises himself has a fool for a client. Legal legislative drafting is an art, one that I don't particularly say that I have mastered. But what we commit to is to look at your desire to include simple possession in what we're doing today. My instructions are that when the draftsman looked at it, the enactment, the promulgation of emergency orders was so chaotic that this method was the method that they selected. The positive resolution was the mechanism that was set in to control the arbitrary ability to do it. And so that's your safety check. We can't change the order, add or subtract anything without you having a positive say. And it's not even like the negative, not like the ordinary order where it's laid and you have 14 days to object. It doesn't become law unless you positively agree to the resolution that we will move when this comes out of committee. And so it takes a positive step. That is the protection. Now, let me say this because there seems to be some misunderstanding. Apart from the offenses in the schedule, all offenses will eventually be expunged. The only question is the period of time. Under the Act itself, those are the only ones that don't come off. For first-time offenders, juvenile offenders, it was determined to reduce the time to 2 years. That is a position that relates to every offense other than the offense in the schedule. Some of them are very serious. And so for these offenses that can be very serious, there's a process set out that the committee investigates them because some of them are very serious. And I can say I have refused some recommendation for expungement by the committee. I've refused one for somebody who had a conviction for firearms trafficking, not just possession, trafficking. And so these are serious offenses that if it's a first-time offense, a juvenile offender, the committee can expunge early. And so can recommend to the minister who can accept or reject the recommendation. And so that's a process that's put in place for very serious matters. For the matters that are limited to the ones specified in this order, because that's all that it will cover. The ones that are in this order. Currently, they only relate to breaches of the emergency orders. If simple possession is added, it would be breaches of the emergency order and simple possession. Those will be the only offenses being expunged by this process. Those are considered to be not sufficiently serious to engage the process of this committee. Now that is a matter, that's a policy position because the committee takes time and takes resources. And that's necessarily so because it deals with some serious offenses. These are regulatory offenses. Regulatory offenses generally shouldn't in the first instance attract criminal sanctions, which is what the four who could fit in the little small Japanese car said over and repeatedly. And so the thinking is just very simple. The order is limited to currently the emergency order. Once the draftsman deal with it, it may add simple possession, small matters. And so that can be dealt with a different process than the committee that deals with very serious matter.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I agree with you in terms of your reasoning as to those that should be dealt with by the committee and those that should be dealt with by the minister. And those that are less serious, COVID ones, could be dealt with by the minister, no objection with respect to that. But the question is, if it is your intention that the process for the minister to approve is only to be limited to the COVID offenses and the minor possession, what is the difficulty in saying that, in being specific in the bill in saying that? Why leave it open? I mean, I get your point in terms of the supermajority. You will have a majority even if it's a legislation to bring there. I get that, but in terms of articulating your intention, what is the difficulty in articulating your intention in the bill, which says the minister will only have the discretion for these particular matters? Why leave it open for, you know, for a different interpretation?
You may continue, honorable member.
I'm not really understanding the question because what the Act says is that any offenses that are to be expunged are to be set up, to be notified in an order. Correct? So once that is done, which is being done simultaneously, that closes the door on that. Now, if something, let's say, for instance, tomorrow, we decide that the police criminal system starts to show minor traffic offenses as criminal convictions. And so we want to react to that as well. I do not understand the difference between bringing another order that limits it to that, or if had been done what you said, simply amending again. So you keep adding sections, which isn't as clean as just making orders. That's just my non-sophisticated view of the drafting practicalities. As I say, there are legislative draftsmen who do nothing but this. And Foxhill always says that we probably need one attached to Parliament so that we could quickly deal with things. But that's really the issue. And it's nothing greater than that. And so we have the offenses that come off automatically after passage of time. We have for first-time offenders only and juveniles. ones that come off at 2 years, and we'll have these minor ones that can come off in 6 months. And that's the scheme of the act. And if for some reason you don't qualify to come off in 6 months, you have to wait for 2 years. So for instance, forging a COVID test was actually charged and convicted under the penal code. So these provisions wouldn't apply to that. And those persons would still have to apply after 2 years. I'd like to address one more thing, and I hope, well, I might as well say it's a bit niggly, right? So let me not pretend that it's not. I've seen, it has a connotation. There was this view that somehow this transgressed the separation of powers. The public should know that it doesn't in any way. The court is completed with a matter when it sentences. The exercise of the executive to pardon or otherwise after the court process is finished is not any sort of interference with the court's process. It is a matter of the exercise of mercy, which in the terms of pardon is left to the Governor General, and in expungements or something else. But there is a notorious case, and we understand why this may be a problem, because in the case of Shane Markey before the Bahamas Court of Appeal, it was, you wouldn't be surprised that it was under the previous administration, where Shane Markey still had an outstanding appeal before the Court of Appeal. When the matter was called, it was discovered he had been pardoned, although his case was still active before the court. I didn't dig that deep. I didn't dig that deep, I understood. The Governor General and the previous, this would have happened in terms of date. This would have happened in March of 2021. That's before the new day.
The Nolly machine is accusing
the process of a pardon as opposed to a nolli prosequi is that you ought not to be pardoned until your appeals are finished. At the end of the day, Shane Markey, to assist in Anne's, the fact of Shane Markey was, he was a person who, the offense in this instance, because Sinans was kind of disturbed about what could happen, but he had been convicted of getting $50,000 from 11 people to get them vehicles. He didn't get them the vehicles. They didn't get their money back. He was convicted. He was pardoned while his matter was still outstanding before the court. The pardon is recommended by the Minister of National Security after receiving advice from the advisory committee on the exercise of...
I like your response. Interesting.
From the advisory committee of the prerogative of mercy, the advice isn't binding on him.
But it isn't something that's done arbitrarily out of the sky. It is something that goes to a committee.
Well, East Grand Bahama.
Who was on the committee?
No, you don't even have to get to that. East Grand Bahama, the article of the Constitution makes it plain. The committee gives advice, not direction.
Yes.
Now, I don't wish to say.
The same principle that Angleston said about ministerial
No.
discretion. It's the same principle.
Well,
So you say the minister had a discretion to
yeah.
Parliament?
What I would say is this. What I would say, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
The bottom line
They're naughty.
the bottom line to it is this. Persons who were concerned that somehow this regime would interfere with the separation of powers, it will not, because it comes after the court's process is finished. It doesn't direct the court what it should or should not do, and it cannot influence any judge who is sentencing to concern him or herself with what the executive may do after they sentence. Certainly when I sat on the bench, that was not anything that I considered.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member from Marco City.
For the benefit of Freetown, the reason that confusion came up, certainly within our discussion, and I understand also for some members of your caucus, it would have been 15B. Have his conviction for the offense treated as spent. So there was confusion around this, that persons thought that spent meant that you could be sentenced for a 5-year period, but that you could intervene. Would you allow me to complete the point just so I could clarify and then y'all could caucus afterwards? Let me wait till they share the video.
No, go ahead.
Sorry. So I'm saying. That's true. They get paid plenty. So the view was that you could be sentenced to 5 years, and that this gave the Parliament the power to come and say, times you may have only served two years at the time of this, and that it could be cut in half by the decision. And this is what St. Anne's was talking about. So we went to other sources to see what time spent meant in law, and concluded that it didn't mean that you would be sentenced and Parliament had the ability to reduce the time. That's where this could. So, I mean, you all can look, but the reality is what both of you QCs, right? But many of us are not. And so a lot of people did not understand this on your side and our side. That's the only point.
They didn't know that. I'm grateful for that intervention. Because I'm told that we ought not to leave things unremarked, I thought to address it.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Honestly, I would have thought this would be such a simple matter that everybody would have gotten it. That's honestly how you communicate, you know, and so we need to workshop that out.
Patience is a virtue that I've developed over 32 years of practicing before the court. But quite certainly, since, and to be very serious, when we see that laws are put up and the public responds to it, it is correct that the public should know exactly what the laws that we pass will do and will accomplish. And so I don't regard it as condescending or anything at all. And you are correct. There are some lawyers who may not appreciate it. And so the final point I was making, Madam Speaker, is simply for the public's consumption, that this does not interfere with what judges do. You come to this after any sentence is served. And so there's no interference with the judiciary. No one needs to be concerned that we're reducing people's time with this legislation. And with that, Madam Speaker, Freetown hopes that it is clear. It's as clear as mud. Everyone is happy. And to Freetown, I can say, I love you. Good night.
Thank you, Honorable Member. What?
Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member of Fox Hill is saying that Fox Hill?
Freetown?
Fox Hill is in front of the podium.
Now cut it out now.
That's what the
now
sign says.
You know better.
I know, but that was, that wasn't intentional. That was just my senses work functioning. Freetown has said that these reductions in what would be right now the existing rehabilitation periods wouldn't impact the judiciary, wouldn't impact the sentencing. He's been before the judiciary far more often than I have, and likely, definitely more recently. But when judges are considering the appropriate sentence, they'll look into the circumstances of the individual before them that they're passing sentence on, and how the sentence is going to impact that individual. So you might find that a discretion is sometimes exercised not to have such a long prison term for certain offenders. But when they're considering the factors of how that sentence is going to impact the individual, they would be also considering that this person is going to have a criminal record for the period set under the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. So you'll find persons that might have decided, I'm going to give this person 1.5 years sentence instead of 2 years, because they're still going to have, when they get out from their sentence, 2 years of rehabilitation period before their criminal record can be expunged. So they'll continue to have part of the sentence that the judge casts down hanging over them, because they'll have 2 years of continued criminal record. And if the member from Freetown is minded to tell me that's not a factor at all, then I'll accept that these adjustments that can be now done by order signed by the Minister for National Security would not be the case, then I'll agree that this in no way would interfere with the judiciary. But I don't think that to be true. I think that judges do factor in the amount of time an individual would still have a criminal record on their future hanging over them. And it may be, in some instances, be a reason why they'll convict somebody but not give them a sentence of incarceration.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for
Get out
Freetown.
my Member of Parliament quickly, having practiced before the courts all the way up to the Privy Council, having sat in the criminal division of the Supreme Court as a judge. Judges concern themselves with the circumstances of the offense, how egregious it is or not, the circumstances of the offender, whether there are any mitigating or aggravating circumstances. The Court of Appeal has said repeatedly that they don't trouble themselves with the fact that you may get some time off for good behavior. They sentence you to the sentence they think is appropriate. Anything that happens thereafter is a function of the prerogative, and it doesn't disturb them at all. The judicial education, and I have no reason to believe that it has changed since I have had occasion to look at the bench books, say that the courts concern themselves with those factors only. The factor that you may lose your job and be punished by that would be considered, but there's absolutely no jurisprudence that you consider the period before a conviction will be spent. The only time that comes into consideration on sentencing is whether the conviction is considered to be spent. And in any event, you will look and you will see that at the end of the day, you are who you are. And so, having appeared before a number of judges, having been a judge, sentencing people, because I sat exclusively in the criminal division, it doesn't affect the sentencing exercise.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member.
I hear and accept what he's saying. Thank you, Madam Speaker. But I can, as he was speaking, I can almost recall an exercise that the court will allow to happen where a sentence may be suspended or a sentence may be delayed, where, so as you avoid receiving a criminal record, even though you're found guilty, a period of time will be put in place, and if you're good behavior during that period of time, then you'll have no conviction on your record. And you can't tell me if that's in fact true, that consideration of having a criminal record wasn't a factor in the sentencing considerations of that judge, because they intentionally did not sentence the person so as to allow them a second chance and avoid a criminal record.
The chair recognizes the
If
honorable
I
member
may,
Freaka.
Madam Speaker. St. Anne's is talking about a discharge, absolute or conditional. That's what you usually awarded for simple possession of drugs or something different. A suspended sentence is one that will show up as a conviction. So the fact that you avoid going to prison would not stop you having a conviction. The only thing that would stop you having a conviction is if the judge doesn't proceed to convict you because of an absolute or conditional discharge.
The honorable member for St. Anne's.
Clearly, in that circumstance of a conditional discharge, the main consideration is so as not to impose a criminal record on first offender. So the courts actually do give good consideration to the imposition of a criminal record, and that is part of their decision-making process, I would argue, in some sentencing cases.
Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act.
Further second readings?
I now move for the suspension of the House to 10 o'clock, July 14th, 2022.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder?
Seconded.
Thank you. Oh, God. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House be suspended until tomorrow, Thursday, the 14th at 10 a.m. All those in favor shall remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The business of this House is now suspended until tomorrow at 10 a.m.